must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll fly
Good morning, everyone. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Anchorage for the Hatchery Committee meeting of the Alaska Board of Fisheries. I am Reed Mariski, Chairman of the Alaska Board of Fisheries and this Hatchery Committee. Today is Saturday, March 7th, 2020, and it is 8:43 a.m. We have 7 of 7 board members present. We'd like to mention that we have staff here to help with disabilities, including hearing, and we ask everyone to silence or turn off their cell phones. At this time, I would like my fellow board members and the staff to introduce themselves. Each board member has a bio set forth in the Board of Fish website, which is available online. We'll start with Board of Fish members. On my right, Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Jensen. I'm from Petersburg.
John Wood, Willow.
Good morning, everybody. Marit Carlson Van Dork from Anchorage.
Good morning, Israel Payton from Wasilla.
Morning. Happy for Rendezvous. Jared Godfrey from Eagle River.
And Fritz Johnson from Dillingham. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Then we'll go to the department. Start out with Mr. Raybung. Would you introduce your staff?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Sam Raybung. I'm the Director of Commercial Fisheries Division, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And with me for today's committee meeting is Deputy Director Forrest Bowers, Aquaculture Section Coordinator Flip Pryor, P&P Hatchery Program Coordinator Lorraine Versessi, Chief Fisheries Scientist Bill Templin, Statewide Fisheries Scientist Andrew Monroe, Principal Geneticist Chris Habich, Statewide Fisheries Geneticist Sarah Gilk-Balmer, and Fisheries Geneticist Kyle Shedd. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And for board support, Mr. Haight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. With us, we have Jesselyn Rentala, Publication Specialist, running the sound equipment. Charity Lehman with South Central, she's our regional coordinator, and we have Joe Corona helping us with set up with the IT, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with the Department of Law.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Aaron Peterson with the Department of Law.
Yes, and Mr. Taube, Division of Sport Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Sportfish Division today, we have Jeff Milton, our Sportfish Hatchery Coordinator, and Tim McKinley, the South Central Regional Research Coordinator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For the joint protocol, we have in 2002, the Alaska Board of Fisheries and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game entered into a joint protocol on salmon enhancement, established under Board Finding 2002-FB-215. The purpose of the protocol was to hold meetings on a regular basis wherein the department updates the board and public on management, production, and research relating to Alaska salmon enhancement. These meetings were held for a number of years following 2002, with the last one occurring in 2008 or thereabouts. In 2018 and 2019, the board received significant public interest in hatchery production and found a need to renew the exchange of information envisioned in the joint protocol. Along with receiving a number of department reports, the committee will host an open forum discussion where the public is encouraged to offer thoughts on a number of topics. As mentioned in the joint protocol and the agenda for this meeting, no regulatory actions and no hatchery-related petitions of agenda change requests will be considered as action items today. Regarding process questions, in order to ensure that the public is fully informed of the committee process, either myself or the executive director may assist you. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board staff published a notice of this meeting. Copies of the notice are available from the executive director for those who are interested in the complete text. Public and advisory committee comments were solicited and board members received copies of all written comments. The timely public and advisory committee comments are available for the board's use and are available to the public on the board's website for this meeting. For agendas and roadmaps, copies of the tentative agenda for this meeting can be found on the table at the back of the room. This agenda is subject to change throughout the meeting, but an attempt will be made by the board to generally stay on this agenda. For record copies, the meeting today is a committee meeting and not regulatory. The board always encourages and appreciates additional written comments and will receive them from the public today. But our process for receiving those will be unlike that which occurs at a normal regulatory board meeting. Anyone attending this meeting who would like to submit written materials to the board for its consideration must give 10 copies of the written materials to our record keeper. It is not the responsibility of the board staff to make copies for any person submitting written materials to the record. It is the responsibility of the person submitting the materials to make the copies. Individuals not attending the meeting can submit written comments via fax to 907-465-6094. We will not assign record copy numbers, RC numbers, to written comments, and distribution to board members and posting to the website will occur as staff time allows. At this time, we have a AC award for Certificate of Excellence in Service to Mr. Tom Carpenter. For more than 22 years, Tom Carpenter has served the Copper River Prince William Sound AC by keeping careful track of issues of relevance to stakeholders in the community. Tom has connections within many diverse groups, and users feel they can approach him with concerns to receive adequate consideration. Tom is co-chair of the advisory committee serving lead on wildlife issues. In this capacity, Tom has kept Cordova's voice in wildlife issues strong and clear in a community dominated by fisheries issues. Would you please welcome me in giving him a hand? Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Carpenter. Thank you. We'll now take a short break and allow for the department to set up for staff reports. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 8:52 a.m., 7 of 7 board members present. Mr. Raybung, would you like to introduce your staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First up, we'll have Lorraine Versessi. She's our private nonprofit hatchery program coordinator.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Hello, members of the Alaska Board of Fisheries. My name is Lorraine Versessi. I'm the private nonprofit hatchery program coordinator for the Department of Fish and Game. I'm here today to report to you the production trends and planning efforts for the Alaska Fishery Enhancement Program. This presentation will be broken into two parts, with two opportunities to ask questions for each of the topics presented today. First, I will go through the production trends by providing a description of the annual report. I will present statewide and regional trends and the anticipated future production as forecasted or due to recently permitted programs. After an opportunity for questions, I will then present to you the planning efforts currently taking place in the form of annual management plan drafting. I will basically describe the purpose and the process. Each year, production numbers are provided to the department in the hatchery annual reports. Reports are due no later than December 15th each year. Private nonprofit and the sportfish hatcheries provide broodstock and egg take sources and numbers, releases, current inventory on hand, and adult returns. For each project location, adult returns are broken down into categories that include cost recovery, contribution to the common property fisheries, commercial, sport, personal use, and subsistence, escapement if required, and any other accountable fish. The annual reports are required by Alaska statute. The hatchery annual report data has a variety of uses. Number one, it does provide annual oversight to make sure that the activities conducted each year were carried out as planned and permitted. Number two, it summarizes the annual fishery contributions, which is then provided to our area managers who prepare the season summaries and comprehensive annual fishery management reports. PNPs also provide their forecasted returns for the following season. The department uses this data for their harvest projections each year. My section compiles all of the data and prepares a comprehensive annual report for the legislature as required by Alaska statute. The 2019 report is available online. Some of the information in that report will be presented here today. We can also provide the annual reports to the Department of Commerce as PNP production may pertain to loans provided through the Fisheries Enhancement Loan Program. Other interested data users are economic groups and researchers who may be looking for correlations with hatchery production. As I mentioned, sportfish and private nonprofit hatcheries submit annual reports. All of the following facts and figures include production from all facilities. This figure shows the number of salmon eggs collected for Alaska hatcheries statewide since 1977. During the early years of modern hatchery production, egg collections grew steadily from the late 1970s until 1995, when production leveled off. In 2019, 2.1 billion eggs were collected. Most of these eggs collected in 2019 were from pink salmon, followed by chum, sockeye, coho, and chinook salmon. This figure shows the number of fish released in Alaska by species since 1974. Since 1995, annual hatchery releases have ranged from about 1.4 to 1.8 billion juvenile salmon. About 1.7 billion juvenile salmon were released in 2019. Most of the 2019 releases were from eggs collected in 2018 and were pink and chum salmon. The remainder of the releases were from eggs taken mainly in 2017 and were sockeye, coho, and chinook salmon. A portion of the sockeye, coho, and chinook releases reported in 2019 are from the 2018 egg takes. About 54 million adult hatchery salmon returned to Alaska waters in 2019. Pink and chum salmon were the dominant species produced by Alaska hatcheries, followed by sockeye, coho, and chinook salmon. The total return includes commercial, sport, personal use, and subsistence harvest, and broodstock taken at the hatchery. This is a figure of the statewide commercial harvest of wild stocks and hatchery returns between 1900 and 2019. Alaska's hatchery program was developed in response to historically low salmon abundance in the early 1970s. The PNP hatchery program was created in 1974. The commercial fishery comprises two components. One, the commercial common property fisheries, which are open to fishermen holding salmon permits, and two, cost recovery fisheries, which are fish harvested to pay for PNP hatchery operations. The 2019 statewide commercial salmon fishery harvest was approximately 207 million fish. The 2019 contribution was approximately 25% of the statewide commercial salmon harvest. Cost recovery harvest was 5% of the total commercial harvest. This figure shows the harvest of hatchery-produced fish from 1977 to 2019. In 2019, approximately 50 million hatchery-produced salmon were harvested in the commercial fishery. Alaska hatcheries contributed approximately 41 million fish to the commercial common property fishery, and approximately 9 million fish were harvested in cost recovery fisheries. The total commercial harvest of hatchery-produced salmon, including cost recovery, ranked 13th overall since 1977. This is the species composition of the 2019 Alaska hatchery contribution to the commercial harvest, with the ex-vessel value by species and the percent of the total value for each species. Commercial ex-vessel value is the estimated value paid to fishers for the commercial common property and cost recovery harvest. In 2019, the approximately 50 million hatchery-produced salmon harvested in the commercial fisheries had an estimated ex-vessel value of $118 million and comprised 18% of the statewide commercial harvest ex-vessel value. Hatchery-produced salmon providing that value to the commercial harvest was 40% chum salmon, followed by pink, sockeye, coho, and chinook salmon. An additional 233,500 hatchery-produced fish were harvested by sport, personal use, and subsistence users in 2019. The largest contribution was coho, followed by sockeye and chinook salmon. These are Alaska's current salmon planning regions. Of the 13 regions designated as salmon planning regions, only 5 have active hatcheries: Southern Southeast, Northern Southeast, Prince William Sound, Cook Inlet, and Kodiak. This is a map of just those regions with hatcheries showing the locations of hatcheries in Alaska. Hatcheries in Alaska are currently permitted to take a total of 2.6 billion eggs. Prince William Sound hatcheries are permitted to take the highest number of eggs, followed by Southeast, Cook Inlet, Kodiak. While hatcheries are permitted to take a certain number of eggs of a species and stock each year, hatcheries do not always take their permitted capacity. Failure to take their permitted capacity can be due to low numbers of returning salmon, shifting program priorities, maybe the hatchery is building their rearing capacity, or some other reasons. Southeast Alaska has 2 planning regions, Northern and Southern Southeast, and hatchery production from both planning regions are presented together here. Southeast Alaska has the second highest hatchery production, where chum salmon are the primary hatchery-produced species. Hatchery-produced chum salmon are caught in fisheries that are managed for sockeye or pink salmon. Chum salmon that are not harvested in the sockeye and pink salmon fisheries return to isolated release sites in bays where they can be harvested with minimal impact to wild stocks. About 6.5 million hatchery fish were caught in Southeast Alaska common property commercial fisheries in 2019. The 6.5 million hatchery-produced salmon harvested accounted for 61% of the total common property commercial catch in the region in 2019. This figure shows the number of fish harvested by species and gear group. Most of Alaska's hatchery production is in Prince William Sound, where pink, chum, and sockeye salmon are the primary hatchery species. About 31 million hatchery-produced salmon were harvested in the Prince William Sound Common Property Commercial Fisheries in 2019, worth an estimated ex-vessel value of $56 million. Pink salmon contributed most to that value, followed by sockeye and chum salmon. The 31 million hatchery-produced salmon harvested in the Prince William Sound Commercial Common Property Fishery accounted for 61% of the commercial catch in that region in 2019. This figure shows the number of fish harvested in 2019 by species and year group. Cook Inlet hatcheries primarily produce sockeye and pink salmon. In 2019, Cook Inlet had the 4th and lowest ranked hatchery production in terms of returns. About 42,000 hatchery-produced salmon were harvested in the Cook Inlet Common Property Commercial Fisheries in 2019, worth an estimated ex-vessel value of $331,000. Sockeye salmon contributed most to the value of that fishery, followed by pink salmon. The 42,000 hatchery-produced salmon harvested in Cook Inlet Commercial Common Property Fishery accounted for 1% of the catch in the region in 2019. The hatcheries in Kodiak produce primarily pink and sockeye salmon. About 3.4 million hatchery-produced salmon were harvested in the Kodiak Commercial Common Property Fisheries in 2019, worth an estimated ex-vessel value of $7 million, or 25% of the total ex-vessel value in that region. Pink salmon contributed most to the value of the hatchery returns, followed by sockeye salmon. The 3.4 million hatchery-produced salmon harvested in the Kodiak fishery accounted for 10% of the total catch in 2019. So changes in hatchery production, such as increases, new release sites, and new species, require a permit alteration. A permit alteration request, or PAR, is submitted by the P&P operator based on the P&P Corporation's Board of Directors' decisions. Requests must be received by February 15th of the calendar year that the proposed alteration is to occur. The Commissioner may extend the deadline if the request is justified by extraordinary circumstances or emergency. The ADF&G Sport and Commercial Fisheries Management, Pathology, Genetics, and Aquaculture sections review the PAR. The regional planning teams also review the PAR at the spring meeting, which may occur early March or end of April. The Commissioner's decision typically occurs in April or May. Due to PARs that have been approved over the last several years, there is some new or renewed production expected. In southern Southeast, in the Ketchikan area, the Ketchikan Creek Chinook production was recently renewed, with the first real returns in 2019. The Rainbow Trout Lake Stocking Program, previously done by ADF&G, has also been renewed for the Ketchikan area lakes. These two programs contribute greatly to sport fisheries in the area. The first chum and coho releases at Port Assumption were in 2018, with a small chum return expected in 2020. Returns to this site will increase when the 4-year-olds return in 2021. The coho salmon release is much smaller than the chum, with not as many returning in 2019 as expected. Coho production was shifted from Burnett Inlet to Whitman Lake, and chum production is shifting from Neats Bay to Burnett Inlet. There have been recent increases in the summer and fall run chum salmon programs at Burnett Inlet Hatchery. These increases were due to unexpectedly high interception rates by the commercial fleet. While this is good for the fishermen, the hatchery wasn't able to reach their broodstock goals that are needed to continue to contribute to these fisheries. Uh-oh. I apologize, it's spinning and saying it's not responding. What do you think? Oh.
Not sure I can help, but what's it doing?
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, you guys. Yeah, it seems like that slide is the one causing the issues. So I will talk about slide 28. That was northern southeast production changes. So in that slide, there is an image of Crawfish Inlet and a link to a drone video of the fishery in 2018. And I think that was the slide that's why the slide was causing issues. So the board members have that link and can go watch that drone video anytime they want. So many of you have heard about the new Crawfish Inlet Chum Salmon Program. The first return was in 2018, and it was well above expected. With salmon returning later than some other areas, this site was said to have saved the seine fleet that year. King salmon are also released at Crawfish Inlet with the first return in 2019. The 2019 return was small, with only a few brood years returning. The 2020 return is expected to be higher, and a recent permit alteration will allow this program to increase production. A new king salmon program started in front of the town of Cake also, with a small return from the first release expected in 2020. The Gunnock Creek Hatchery production was restarted in 2018 with full chum salmon returns beginning in 2021-22. The hatchery closed in 2014, so there has been a few years without returns. The Juneau area now has a rainbow trout lake stocking program. The stocking locations had formerly been stocked with king salmon. Thomas Bay is a new chum salmon release site with fish expected to return in 2020. A few fish from the first brood year released returned in 2019. With releases each year since 2017, this site may have decent returns in coming years. Also, a portion of the chum salmon production was moved from Hidden Falls to Bear Cove. All of these new chum salmon projects are shifts in production due to low survivals at Hidden Falls Hatchery. The permitted capacity of chum salmon has not increased. So, new production for Prince William Sound. There was a recent permit alteration to relocate the Chinook and Coho program from New Chiniga and Crab Bay to Old Chiniga and Chiniga Cove. This will allow more sport and personal use harvest opportunity by moving it away from the commercial seine fishery that occurs adjacent to Chiniga. No new production has been permitted in Kodiak since 2013, when the Wizinki Village and Anton Larson Bay were added as remote release sites for sockeye. Still pending a decision is a par from 2019 that will allow Chinook salmon to be released at Southeast Cove near Cake in Southeast Alaska. There's no change in permitted capacity. 2 pars have been submitted for 2020. One would allow Whitman Lake Hatchery to incubate and hatch all of the chum salmon eggs for the Kendrick Bay release. The other would allow all of the chum salmon eggs for Naked Inlet to be incubated at Burnett Inlet Hatchery. Each program, meaning release site, currently incubates and hatches at the 2 facilities. There would be no change in overall capacity or release. Hatchery operators forecast a total return of about 52 million fish in 2020. This includes returns of 35 million pink, 13 million chum, 2.2 million sockeye, 1.2 million coho, and 100,000 Chinook salmon to hatchery projects. I will take a break here to provide you the opportunity to ask questions before moving on to the next section.
Thank you. Any board questions? Mr. Payton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Lorraine, for that presentation. You might not be able to answer this question, but on the projected hatchery return, like Chinook salmon, is most of that coming out of state-run hatcheries, or is that only referring to the PNPs? Do you know?
This is all sport fish and PNP production forecast.
Okay, thank you. And then this question might go to Deputy Director Taube or Sam. On the projections, so I know Chinook is in low production and you're seeing that in the hatchery. Is that, like, if this wasn't time of low production, would that number be different? Or how does that relate to the other salmon species kind of than at what we're seeing? Can anyone answer that?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, the answer would be yes. You know, we would see higher returns if we weren't at a period of low production.
And is that just specific for the Chinook, or are we seeing that for coho, sockeye, chum, and pink as well?
I believe primarily it's been for Chinook.
Okay, thank you.
Director Abung may have something to add to that.
That 100,000 is primarily from Southeast Alaska PNP releases. Obviously, there are sportfish hatchery releases in Cook Inlet, and much or some of the Chinook production in Southeast is contracted to the PNPs by Sportfish Division, so it's kind of a collaborative effort there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. First of all, just a comment, and this is not directed to you, it's directed to the entire staff. It would certainly be more helpful to me trying to make decisions if this information was given to us well in advance of the meeting rather than presented at the meeting, and we're trying to keep up with it as the presentation goes on. Having said that, I'd ask you to go to slides 8 and 9. And slide 8 shows the statewide releases in 2019, and it's in percentages. Uh-oh, is it messing up on you? And tell me when you're ready.
Through the chair, I will take your question. I might be able to answer it
Okay.
without the slide.
And slide 9, which shows the statewide return the same year, is crouched in terms of actual numbers. It would seem to me just logically that the correlation of one should be close in proximity to the other, but it's not when you do the calculations. With Chinook taking a beating at 1% for the releases, but yet only 0.1% on the returns. It would be helpful if we were to have apples to apples comparisons. You know, if you're going to go with percentages and stick with that approach, or if you're going to go with actual numbers, do likewise. And I'd like just to ask you, why are Chinook disproportionately represented on the returns versus releases?
Director Raybo.
I would point out that on slide 6, the numbers are there, I believe. The releases are in numbers, it's just in a different graphic format. And in 7, it's in the numbers in a bar chart. Or in 8, it's in a pie graph by percentages. And that's all releases. So the releases in 19 don't equate to the return in 19. The return in 19 is from previous year's releases, so they don't actually relate to each other. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Well, with me, it confuses it even further. Are you saying 2019 isn't really 2019?
What I'm saying is the returns in 2019 don't relate to the releases in 2019. The releases in 2019 are from eggs collected in 18 and 17. The returns in 19 are from eggs that were collected, in the case of Chinook, up to 5-6 years earlier. So they're not related to each other. They're just what happened in 2019. This is an annual report that just describes what happened in the current year. Does that help?
Yes, it makes it more understandable. Thank you.
Other board questions? Thank you.
Okay, the next part of my presentation will be about planning efforts. The basic outline of this section will be to describe the annual management plan, what it is, why it happens, how it happens, and who is involved. This section will also describe the PNP corporations, their structure, and fiscal planning. Every year, annual management plans are drafted and approved by the department. The regulation states that the department will prepare, in conjunction with the permit holder, an annual management plan to guide and condition hatchery operations. The plan must organize and guide the hatchery's operations regarding production goals, broodstock development, and harvest management of hatchery returns. The AMP must also be consistent with the hatchery permit and basic management plan. The annual management plan is in regulation. Typically, AMPs include the current year's egg take goals, juvenile releases, and remaining fish inventory, expected adult returns, harvest management plans, listings of the fish transport permits required, production strategies, and evaluation plans. The process starts when the PNP coordinator requests draft AMPs for the current year. The PNP and sport fish hatchery operators submit them to the PNP hatchery program coordinator with the new production information provided. The AMP is then reviewed by the department review team. The review entails making sure it's complete and the hatchery is fully permitted for planned activities and backup plans. Division of Sport Fish and Commercial Fisheries managers review the relevant sections in the hatchery return management portion. All regional and area reviews are provided to the PNP coordinator, who will work with the hatchery operator for a final review. The PNP coordinator will also provide the draft AMP to the regional planning team chair for distribution to the RPT members to review prior to the discussion at a spring meeting in areas where an RPT review occurs. The PNP program will then coordinate the final approval process. Approved AMPs will be distributed and posted online. So there are a lot of terms that may seem interchangeable, so I'd like to define a few of them. All hatchery operators in Alaska are private nonprofit corporations, with the exception of the 2 sport fish hatcheries. A PNP corporation may be called a regional corporation or non-regional corporation. So what's the difference? A regional corporation refers to the Regional Aquaculture Association that has formed a PNP corporation to operate a hatchery. Regional Aquaculture Associations, or RAAs, exist for many of Alaska's salmon planting regions. There can be only one per region. The commissioner determines if the RAA is qualified by ensuring it is comprised of representatives of commercial fishing and other user groups interested in fisheries within the region. An RAA must have a board of directors whose membership is composed of commercial salmon fishing permit holders and representatives of other stakeholder groups, such as sport and subsistence harvesters, processors, and city officials. A PNP hatchery operator that is not the RAA is a non-regional corporation. PNP boards establish hatchery production goals and oversee business operations. The board of directors review the goals of the upcoming season and approve the operating and capital budgets for the next fiscal year. Executive committees meet often and are charged with overseeing and supporting management and assuring that the mission, goals, and operational plans established by the board are achieved. Other board committees include Finance Committee, Production Planning Committee, Board Development Committee, and Cost Recovery Committee, among others. Primary PNP corporation oversight is provided by the Alaska Nonprofit Corporation Act, outside of the ADF&G laws and regulations. ADF&G has no oversight on PNP corporation board structure. Now let me present the PNP corporations that operate the hatcheries in Alaska. Southern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association, or SARA, has a total of 21 board members with representation from the seine, gillnet, and troll fleet, along with appointees for the processor and sportfish sectors. Their board also includes representation for Chamber of Commerce, municipality, subsistence, native corporation, and the public at large. Northern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association, or NSRA, has similar representation with the addition of conservation and crew members. NSRA has a total of 25 board members. The Southeast non-regional PMPs include Armstrong-Kita, Sitka Sound Science Center, and Douglas Island Pink and Chum. But don't think being a non-regional is insignificant. DIPAC contributes a significant amount of Chinook and coho in the Juneau area, contributing primarily to sport fisheries. They also contribute a significant number of sockeye for a personal use fishery in the area. They are also the largest chum salmon producer. Sitka Sound Science Center produces coho, pink, and chum in the Sitka area, and AKI operates the largest pink salmon hatchery in Southeast Alaska. The Prince William Sound Aquaculture Corporation, or PSWAC, Board of Directors is made up of 45 seats, with representation of all salmon user groups, including commercial fishermen, sport fishermen, subsistence fishermen, personal use fishermen, seafood processors, and representatives of local communities. Area E salmon permit holders have 27 seats. Commercial fishing is represented by 60% of the total membership. The Prince William Sound Non-Regional Corporation is Valdez Fisheries Development Association. It includes 7 board members. I'll restate that being a non-regional is not insignificant. The coho salmon enhancement program at the Solomon Gulch Hatchery has developed into one of the largest sport fisheries in Alaska. VFDA has also created the largest pink salmon sport fishery in Alaska. Cook Inlet Aquaculture has a total of 28 board members. The representation includes a variety of fishermen's associations, cities, boroughs, and municipalities. Kodiak Regional Aquaculture Association has 28 board members, again, with representation from the region's commercial fishing fleet, subsistence, sport fishing, and the processing and marketing sectors. There are decisions that PNP Board of Directors have to make. There are trade-offs between the cost of production and the value of fish at harvest that make some salmon more economical to produce than others. Hatchery production is limited by the available freshwater capacity, freshwater rearing space, rearing time, and costs of production. Costs of production include feed, the rearing facility, and facility operations. The value of the fish at harvest is limited by the value of fish at return and the number of fish that return. Pink salmon are the most economical to rear because they have a short rearing time, 1 winter in the hatchery, and have the shortest life cycle of Pacific salmon at 2 years. This means pink salmon provide a quick return on investment and provide the highest economic return for the production costs. Chum salmon have the same rearing time in the hatchery, but have a longer life cycle, 3 to 4 years. So they have a longer return on investment. Pink and chum salmon are the bulk of Alaska hatchery production because they have the highest return on investment for the cost of production. Pink and chum salmon production has increased over recent years due to high market demand, which continues to be the case. Chinook, sockeye, and coho salmon are the least economical to produce. They have long rearing times at the hatchery, typically a year or more, and have longer life cycles, so they have a long return on investment. While Chinook, sockeye, and coho salmon garner higher prices per pound at harvest, the longer rearing time required at the hatchery means that they are expensive to rear, therefore lower production. Hatcheries release fish at terminal harvest areas. There are 2 types. THA, terminal harvest area, means an area designated by the Commissioner, Board of Fisheries Regulation, or Department Emergency Order, where hatchery returns have achieved a reasonable degree of segregation from naturally occurring stocks and may be harvested by the common property fishery without adverse effects. An SHA, or special harvest area, means it is a terminal harvest area and it's designated by the Commissioner or the Board of Fisheries Regulation, where hatchery returns are to be harvested by the hatchery operators, and in some situations by the common property fishery. So some similarities. Both of these allow for segregation of hatchery origin and naturally spawned returns. This allows fishery managers to work towards fishery objectives for wild stocks, such as salmon escapement goals. It also increases diversity in fishing opportunities. When wild stock production provides surplus fish for harvest, fishers may target those fish during open fishing periods in traditional fishing areas. When those fishing periods close, fishers can move to the hatchery release sites that remain open and continue fishing there until the wild stock areas reopen. In some seasons, fishers may exclusively target hatchery fish in the terminal harvest area, even when wild stock areas are open, which may reduce harvest rates on wild stocks. Hatchery terminal areas provide the fishing fleet with more time and area to fish. Alaska's statute allows for cost recovery harvest to occur in special harvest areas by a PNP hatchery permit holder who has also been issued a special harvest area entry permit. The SHA cost recovery harvest is recorded on a fish ticket the same as any other commercial harvest. PNP hatcheries may contract or license processors to harvest hatchery salmon in these designated SHAs in order to pay for operations. Alaska's statute also provides for a hatchery permit holder to conduct cost recovery harvest through a common property fishery. This is referred to as a fishery assessment. A fishery assessment is when the commercial fleet fishing in a terminal area is taxed on the hatchery returns that are harvested. That tax is collected by the processor, submitted to the Department of Revenue, routed through the state, and provided back to the PNP Corporation. This program was first used in 2012 for the Hidden Falls Hatchery in Southeast Alaska. These pictures show the seine fleet fishing at Hidden Falls in that terminal harvest area. Here are some other examples of cost recovery harvest. On the left, Ensra is beach seining Chinook at the Metabiji Creek Hatchery. This is an example of a terminal harvest where these fish have already escaped the fishery. On the right is a more traditional example of a seiner conducting cost recovery harvest in the SHA. Here is another example of a terminal harvest. This is Sarah's Neck Lake Cost Recovery Program on Prince of Wales Island. These bright fish are marketed as snowpass coho. At this site, the fish ascend the fish ladder and enter the raceways where they are harvested. On the left is the Spirit and Sockeye harvest in Kodiak, and on the right, cost recovery at Toy Bay, with a buyer on the grounds in the background there. Around the state, other examples of cost recovery are raceway sales directly from the hatchery, selling broodstock carcasses, and roe recovery sales. The use of cost recovery harvest revenue is described in law and is limited. After utilizing the funds for reasonable operating costs, including debt retirement, expanding its facilities, salmon rehabilitation projects, fisheries research, or costs of operating the RAA, the hatchery operator shall expend the remaining funds on other fisheries activities of the Qualified Regional Aquaculture Association. Cost recovery is dependent on many factors: hatchery location, fishing pressure, ocean survival, and other variables. When cost recovery goals are not met by PNPs, they must make business decisions to remain viable. Each corporation has unique needs. These decisions will be based on their regional fisheries and organizational needs. While their needs may be unique, their options are the same. They include budget cuts, prioritization of projects, elimination of programs that ultimately affect changes in contribution to user groups and gear groups within the commercial fleet, and the Fisheries Enhancement Revolving Loan Fund. The Fisheries Enhancement Revolving Loan Fund is provided for in statute. Loans may be made to qualified PNP corporations who have obtained a hatchery permit. Loans may be made for planning, construction, and operation of fish hatchery facilities. All loans must be secured by collateral, which may include a lien on buildings, equipment, machinery, land, marketable securities, approved assignment of enhancement tax receipts, or sale of surplus fish from the hatchery. More information is available from the Department of Commerce, Division of Economic Development. Other funding sources include the salmon enhancement tax. Commercial salmon fishing permit holders may vote to impose a salmon enhancement tax on the sale of salmon in their region. These funds are collected by the state and distributed to the RAA to finance hatchery operations or other enhancement and rehabilitation activities. Non-regional PNP corporations operating hatcheries in several areas of the state do not receive salmon enhancement tax funds. Only RAAs receive the tax funds. One more recent example of funding for a PNP occurs in Southeast Alaska, where the Salmon Enhancement Program has evolved substantially since inception in the 1970s. It has undergone many changes and refinements. Some of these changes have enabled viewing this industry as a fully integrated salmon enhancement community that supports fishermen whose permits allow harvest anywhere in the Southeast region. One way that the programs have been integrated across Southeast is through diversification of financial burden. Such has been the case with DIPAC, granting excess cost recovery revenue to SARA, POWHA, and NSERA in the past. SARA also acted as a financial conduit and mentor of POWHA, eventually assuming their debt. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. And again, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any board questions? Mr. Wood.
Turning to your slide 60, just want to clarify, any qualified PNP, whether it be regional or non-regional, are entitled to participate in a revolving loan fund. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, yes, that's correct.
You say that is or is not?
That is correct.
Okay. And then secondly, on the next slide, 61, you were talking about non-regional operators do not receive the enhancement tax funds. What source of revenue do they continue to exist with? Is it strictly the cost recovery?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, it would be cost recovery. They can also get the enhancement, the revolving loan fund, a loan. But yeah, the salmon enhancement tax does not go to a non-regional corporation. It only goes to the regional aquaculture corporation.
But all loans must be repaid. As far as actual revenue being generated, is there anything beyond the cost recovery that these entities would rely on?
Through the chair, no, the cost recovery and the loan program would be.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Godfrey.
So a couple, maybe a comment here and then a question or two. So slide 48 on fish economics, you know, first of all, and maybe I'm just kind of nitpicking here, but it's misleading to say a long return on investment, because a long return on investment would be a return on investment that goes on for a long time. It's actually a delayed return on investment, because the chum and the pink, they come back for a fixed finite period of time to the hatchery. It's the same, just one comes back years later. So from a semantic standpoint, that terminology is misleading to me versus just a delayed return on investment. What I'm curious about here is, I don't see itemized as one of the downsides to a longer life cycle. Certainly a rearing period that takes longer makes it less economically viable, but the downside would also be the longer a fish is in open water, every day it's out there, it's susceptible to predation. So the quicker it returns, the higher percentage of them make it back. Every day that goes by, there's a higher mortality rate of the salmon. What I'm curious about is there data on that? Is there a formula or you're aware of for every year a salmon is in open water, what the predation rate and the decline in returns are?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, I'm not aware that there's any information about predation rate at sea during the time that they're out there. I can say that every hatchery location, every release site, and every species across the state has different marine survivals.
Thank you.
Much different.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks, Lori. Good presentation. A couple of questions for you. On slide 51, when you're describing terminal harvest areas, your presentation says where hatchery returns have achieved a reasonable degree of segregation from naturally occurring stocks. And I'm just wondering how you define and then evaluate that reasonable degree of segregation.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. When hatchery release sites are permitted, when a PAR is submitted and it goes through the review, that's one of the things that is determined. The commissioner or his delegates approve PARs for release sites based on that condition.
Mr. Raybaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Carlson Van Dort. So in the planning or in the permit review process, one of the things that we look at is what is occurring at that proposed release location. So the statute doesn't allow us to put things on top of anadromous systems. So we have to find basically vacant areas that don't have natural production, which really limits where a terminal harvest area could be established. One of the other things we look at, it doesn't mean there can't be salmon there, but it means there needs to be some reasonable degree of segregation, and one aspect of that is timing. So we look at temporal separation. So if you have a coho run that comes in September, and you have a chum release that you'd like to release that comes back in July, there's reasonable segregation there. We can harvest those chums with minimal impact to this coho stock. And that's just a rough example, but that's the sort of efforts we put into reasonable segregation, if that helps.
Thank you, it does, Mr. Chairman. So it's still fairly subjective. There isn't any definition necessarily, but you're looking at multiple factors and just making that assessment.
Through the chair, yeah, I believe reasonable is based on professional opinion, and it's not defined. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. On slide 60, I'm just kind of curious how many of the hatcheries, both regional and non-regional, are on state lands versus private lands? Do you have that information? Are roughly mostly state lands?
I'll take that one. Private financial institutions will not loan to hatcheries. They don't feel like it's a good investment or a safe investment. That's why the revolving loan fund was created by the legislature. Thank you.
You said private lands.
I'm sorry, I thought you said loans. You want to answer that, or? Okay. Very few. Private lands in Kodiak, Native Corporation lands, are leased for a couple of the facilities there. I'm not aware of any other around the state that are on private lands. Most are on state or federal lands.
So really, the land piece wouldn't be collateral that would be secured to receive a loan?
Through the chair, yes. If you don't own it, you can't use it as collateral.
Mr. Wood.
I want to follow up on that question about the professional scientific knowledge on the separation. Using the same scenario you just presented, but let's, instead of comparing not Chinook, but coho to sockeye, let's keep two chums, such as what's happening in Crawfish Bay. They're both going to have the same timing. They're not.
Through the chair, I'm glad you brought that one up. That was a lengthy review process, and we looked at the average run timing of the small stock in West Crawfish, which is an adjacent bay, and it has several weeks differential timing from the stock that the hatchery, the Medivigi stock, and so our assessment was, assuming that the run would come into Crawfish proper and could be harvested in that SHA, there should be minimized impact on the West Crawfish early or later run stock, and or earlier run stock. Sorry, there's about 3 weeks differential timing. What we found, well, and I'll back up a little bit more. The original request was for a much higher number, and we will typically permit new release sites at a much lower number initially until we can evaluate how the fish actually behave. And what we found in that case was they actually like to come through West Crawfish, which, as you've seen in front of you with board proposals to address that, we want to address that by changing our fishery management in order to get those fish harvested before they become a problem. We have to be adaptive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Payton.
Thank you. Follow up on that. How does the department project run timing for hatchery, the returning hatchery fish, I guess?
Sorry, I keep corking you through the chair. It's based on the run timing of the broodstock to the hatchery. It's a heritable trait, and so we know that if you take a broodstock that's been developed from, so Medivigi stock was developed from Naquasina stock, and we know that timing, it's maintained that timing at the hatchery. If we use that stock at another release location, it will maintain that timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Further board questions? Thank you for your report. Next report is the Sport Fish Enhancement Program.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeff Milton. I'm the Sport Fish Hatchery Program Supervisor for the department. Today I will just be discussing the Sport Fish Enhancement Program, its mission and relationship to the private nonprofit program. Sport fish stocking in Alaska began in the 1950s with the release of rainbow trout into lakes along the road system in south central and interior Alaska. Sport fish stocking is intended to create and diversify sport fishing opportunities in support of the division's mission to protect and improve the state's sport fishery resources. Today, the division operates two state-of-the-art hatcheries, the William Jack Hernandez Sport Fish Hatchery here in Anchorage and the Ruth Burnett Sport Fish Hatchery in Fairbanks. The Sport Fish Stocking Program is responsible for the release of approximately 7.2 million fish annually and is comprised of two distinct elements, smolt stocking and lake stocking. Species produced include rainbow trout, Arctic char, Arctic grayling, lake trout, Chinook, and coho salmon. Of the 7.2 million fish stocked each year, approximately 2.3 million are produced by private nonprofit hatcheries under cooperative agreement with the state. Regulation of sport fish hatcheries is consistent with P&P regulation, with the exception that the hatchery permit and basic hatchery management plans are not required for the establishment of a sport fish hatchery. Sport fish hatcheries are required to submit annual management plans, annual reports, and fish transport permits for all releases and follow state genetics and fish health policies. One unique element is the statewide stocking plan. This plan outlines the division's stocking objectives for the next 5 years, is updated annually, and made available to the public for review and comment, and contains the division's lake stocking policy, which describes the conditions under which a lake may be stocked. This plan effectively replaces the hatchery permit and basic management plans required for a private nonprofit facility. Sport fish hatchery produced fish are released at over 200 sites in south central and interior Alaska, while private nonprofit hatcheries in Kodiak and southeast stock Chinook, coho, and rainbow trout in support of the statewide stocking plan. The William Jack Hernandez Sport Fish Hatchery here in Anchorage is the only sport fish hatchery that produces smolt. Each year, the facility releases approximately 2.5 million Chinook and coho salmon at 11 sites across south central Alaska. Two of these sites, Ninilchik River and Crooked Creek, support enhancement of wild Chinook stocks to increase harvest opportunity and provide additional brood stock for terminal stocking locations, such as the Nick Dudiak Fishing Lagoon in Homer and the Seward Lagoon. Both the Ninilchik River and Crooked Creek are managed as segregated enhancement projects with the objective of limiting genetic impacts on the wild population by only stocking smolt that are no more than one generation removed from the wild. In most cases, only smolt produced from wild parents are released at these sites. Private nonprofit hatcheries support sport fish enhancement through cooperative agreements to produce and stock fish in areas not easily served by the two sport fish hatcheries in Anchorage and Fairbanks. This includes stocking in Kodiak, Juneau, Petersburg, and Ketchikan. In addition to smolt stocking, the lake stocking program releases approximately 2 million rainbow trout, Arctic char, Arctic grayling, lake trout, Chinook, and coho salmon into more than 200 freshwater sites across Alaska. Most of these fish are sterile triploids that are unable to reproduce. This is done to minimize the potential for illegal transport and possible establishment of feral populations that could damage wild fish stocks. Production trends for the sport fish hatchery. The current hatcheries are at or near maximum capacity for most species. Changes to the statewide stocking plan usually require reallocation of existing production from one site to another. Recent changes include the alternate year production of lake trout at the Ruth Burnett Sportfish Hatchery and the discontinuation of the Deception Creek Chinook Salmon Enhancement Project on the Susitna system. Sportfish management is intended to create and diversify angling and harvest opportunity while minimizing impacts on wild stocks. Fish are primarily stocked in locations with no native fish present, allowing a 100% harvest of hatchery fish. Hatchery-produced smolt released at the Ninilchik River and Crooked Creek are 100% adipose fin clipped, allowing managers to target returning hatchery-produced fish in the sport fishery while limiting harvest on wild fish to achieve escapement goals. In 2019, it was determined that the Deception Creek Chinook stocking project was no longer providing sufficient benefit to warrant its continuation and was subsequently discontinued. Production space was reallocated to Ship Creek Chinook stocking to help ensure an adequate supply of brood stock to support Chinook smolt stocking projects across South Central. Funding for the Sport Fish Enhancement Program is 100% user pay from sport fish license sales and federal aid funding derived from taxes on fishing equipment, tackle, and motorboat fuel. In a 2004 study conducted by Northern Economics, angler effort associated with sport fish hatchery stocking in Alaska accounted for nearly 330,000 angler days of effort and approximately $34 million in spending each year. While the Sport Fish Hatchery program no longer has a dedicated research component, it does conduct activity in support of research and evaluation. 100% of the Chinook and coho smolt released from the facilities are otolith banded for future identification. 100% of the Chinook smolt released alongside wild populations in the Ninilchik River and Crooked Creek systems are also adipose fin clipped to allow visual identification and segregation of returning adults. All broodstock used to produce future returns are tissue sampled each year to aid in future genetic analysis. Size of Chinook smolt released at Ship Creek is being evaluated in an attempt to improve smolt to adult survival. And observations of hatchery origin strays are reported to the Gene Conservation Lab. In summary, sport fish enhancement in Alaska predates statehood, creates and diversifies fishing opportunities for sport anglers, is subject to much the same oversight applied to private nonprofit hatcheries, and includes resident species not produced by other facilities, and is funded primarily by sport anglers through license sales and federal taxes on fishing equipment and boat fuel. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to entertain any questions or suggestions for future presentations.
Thank you. Board questions. Mr. Payton.
Yeah, hi Jeff, thanks for that presentation. So does the department have a matrix, or how do they go through it, like say for the Deception Creek, for example? Because I understand for the P&Ps, it's a little more straightforward, kind of, dollar in or dollar out versus in, but for Division of Sport Fish, it might be a little harder to quantify. It's more, opportunity provided versus dollars spent. What's the decision-making process like on Deception Creek on when to pull the plug or reallocate those resources?
Through the chair. There were several items considered when the decision was made to discontinue that project. Number one was return rate. We've been seeing very, very low return of adults there. And then opportunity to the fishery. We were not able to execute a targeted fishery there for multiple years. So essentially, the project had collapsed altogether, so there wasn't really much value to assess. It was also a burden because we weren't able to achieve it. Egg take goals there, we weren't able to continue restocking, so we had empty production capacity at the facility. It wasn't providing a benefit to the fishery. So we felt that reallocating that to Ship Creek would improve the value.
Thank you. And then a follow-up on that. So and I could be remembering it wrong, but I think in Soldovia, the Division of Sport Fish is roughly releasing 100,000 Chinook smolt in there. And I think those numbers could be wrong, but that's what I remember. And I think the return the last few years has been in the single to double digits of adult fish, or at least harvested. Have you guys been looking at that and reallocating those maybe funds to Nick-Dudiak or something more accessible?
Yeah, through the chair. There were 3 release sites in the Homer area, Halibut Cove, Soldovia, and the Nick-Dudiak Fishing Lagoon. We have discontinued the Halibut Cove release because limited to no returns that we could identify there. And the Soldovia release has been, we've been applying different strategies to try and improve survival there, but we're only releasing about 50,000 smolt there each year. And the fish that were going to Halibut Cove and those additional fish from Soldovia have been brought to the Nick-Dudiak Lagoon, and we are seeing pretty good returns there.
All right, thank you. So I'll circle back to the question I asked earlier and to maybe piggyback on Member Godfrey's question. So are we seeing any type of lower returns on coho that, like it relates to king? I know coho's kind of boom and bust, wild stock anyway. Do we see that in the hatchery coho as well? And then are we seeing any relation to the low king production to coho, or is king very isolated in what we're seeing? And then can that be attributed to just the many years in the marine environment and, things associated with that for the long life cycle of a king salmon?
Through the chair, I can only speak to what we deal with our facilities, and what we've seen is for the different species we produce, primarily the Chinook and coho, we've seen similar marine survivals to populations in those areas. So with a downturn in marine survival on the Chinook, we've seen weaker returns in those as well as coho. And we have had the odd high marine survival, especially on coho and Seward a few years back, thousands of fish on the beach. So we don't conduct evaluation at that level through our program, so I kind of have to defer those questions to other staff.
Thank you. You answered it quite well, though. But
thank you, Mr. Payton. Mr. Johnson?
I think Mr. Payton's last question, was something I wanted to address too, but the other question I had and related to that is, have you seen commensurate, for instance, thinking about the size of, king salmon return, particularly in the Nushagak, and I'm curious if you have seen a decline, over time in the sizes of the fish that you're, enhancing on their returns. I realize it's, we're talking primarily sport fish enhancement here, but in what may be happening there may be a function of, perhaps, commercial fishing effort. But I'm trying to find out if you're seeing a reflection in your survival and production that parallels, the returns in production on wild stocks, or is that, am I grasping at straws there? I'm curious if you've made those, any kind of similar observations.
Through the chair, as I stated in my presentation, we've lost our evaluation component within the research component within the Sportfish program. We're pretty much on cruise control with regard to the methods and release strategies that we use. What we do collect is a lot of data on the returning adults that make it back to our collection sites. And what we have seen with coho in particular on the Ship Creek system is that returning age of or size of adults is much smaller than it started off being a few years back. I think DIPAC experienced a similar trend with their coho production, and we are considering ways to possibly either go back to a wild donor stock or other activity to try and improve the size of those fish returning. With our Chinook enhancement program, with those fish being released from the William Jack Hernandez facility here in town, we went to what's called a zero check program probably 20 years ago, where we accelerate the growth on those Chinook, and they leave the hatchery in less than a year from the time we take the eggs. So what we see is an earlier time or maturation rate on those fish. So age at maturation is essentially one generation sooner than you see in most wild stocks or normal one-check release programs. So to compare what we see coming back to our sites to what may be happening in other wild systems or commercial fisheries is not really an apples-to-apples comparison.
Yeah, interesting. I'm wondering, do you beef them up somehow, enhance their diet before you send them off to sea? I mean, they're not, they're not naturally programmed to leave that soon, but.
Through the chair, there are some natural, what is considered zero-check populations where fish will leave at a much younger age than the bulk of their cohorts. That's kind of what got our interest in that strategy, because if you're not tying up your rearing system for a year and a half, if you're tying it up for 9 months, you don't need quite as much infrastructure to support that production, and that's why that strategy was implemented in the sport programs. And to achieve that, we don't do anything strange. All we do is make it warmer and feed them more, and they simply grow much quicker than they do in the wild. And our sizes, we can actually, even in that very short time window, we can exceed a size limit on these smolt that would be far beyond a normal 1 or 2 year freshwater residence of a wild fish. So we try and target a fish that's similar in size to a wild smolt leaving the system. It just happens to do it 12 months sooner.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Payton.
Thanks, Jeff. Could you circle back on and elaborate on a little more what you lost? You said you lost research or assessment.
Through the chair, over the past 20 years, our budget, along with the entire department, has gotten tighter and tighter. We used to have a broodstock development center, which employed PhD folks that were looking at different stocks of fish. They were evaluating survival, growth rates, and performance in the hatchery. And, we're able to take on answering some of these less obvious questions that we have out there. As the budget's been cut, that ability has gone away because it doesn't necessarily put a fish in a cooler or stock a fish in a lake.
Other board questions? Hearing none, thank you for your report.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 10:25 a.m., 7 of 7 board members present. Next report, introduction and concepts. Mr. Templin, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for those online, my name is Bill Templin. I'm the Chief Fishery Scientist for the Division of Commercial Fisheries, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to present the groundbreaking work that is being done by the department in cooperation with outside entities to gain the information that we need to understand the interactions between hatchery fish and wild fish in the freshwater. Much of what you'll see today has been presented in the past. However, we've shrunk some sections and expanded a couple of others out of respect for the requests from the board for information and to also respect your time. Yesterday, there was a public information meeting on this that took about 7 hours, so we won't take 7 hours of your time. I'd like to give you an opportunity to see the Iditarod start or something else besides the inside of this room. I will begin the presentation here with just some of the basic background information for why we're doing this research, and then I will be joined at the table here by Chris Hobbick, our principal geneticist, Kyle Shedd, a geneticist in charge of this project, and Sarah Gilkbaumer for different presentations on sections of this project. While we will concentrate much of our time on the Alaska Hatchery Research Project, there is other research going on stray hatchery interactions with wild fish. One that we presented last year was some work being done in Lower Cook Inlet with pink salmon. So, there we go. So we should go all the way back to the beginning. Constitutional provision for sustained yield. In Alaska State Constitution, the fish, forests, wildlife, grasslands, and all other replenishable resources belonging to the state shall be utilized, developed, and maintained on the sustained yield principle, subject to preferences among beneficial uses. This is Article 8, Section 4 of the state constitution. Because of this clause, the responsibility for the state to both develop the use of its resources as well as to manage them sustainably is laid out, and that much of that responsibility lands on the department. This is reflected in the department's mission statement, which is to protect, maintain, and improve the fish, game, and aquatic plant resources of the state, and to manage their use and development in the best interest of the economy, the well-being of the people of the state, consistent with the sustained yield principle. I've highlighted in red the 4 activities or responsibilities that the department has. Again, those are to protect, maintain, improve, and manage, guided by the sustained yield principle. I think it's important to point out that early in statehood, it was defined that that the use of the fish and game resources of the state were for the benefit of the people of the state. So we need to keep this in mind as we go through the application of this department's mission to the resources of the state. R.A. Cooley, in a book written in the 60s, Politics and Conservation, about the early federal and early state management of Alaska salmon fisheries, noted that it must be recognized that the welfare of people and not fish is the reason for a management program, and that if maximum sustained yield has any validity, it is as a means to important human ends rather than as an end in itself. So we have a responsibility given to the department through the Constitution, and it's laid out in policy. One of the most relevant policies is the Policy for Management of Sustainable Salmon Fisheries. Paragraph C, subparagraph 5, it states, In the face of uncertainty, salmon stocks, fisheries, artificial propagation, and essential habitats shall be managed conservatively as follows. And then it lays out some precautionary approaches that apply first to the application of prudent foresight to salmon fisheries and habitat management, and second, to the regulation of activities that affect essential salmon habitat. Focusing in on the clause on salmon fisheries and salmon habitat management, we note that this involves the application of prudent foresight that takes into account the uncertainties in salmon fisheries and habitat management, the biological, social, cultural, and economic risks, and the need to take action with incomplete knowledge. So if I can extract from that statement, prudent foresight accounts for uncertainty in fisheries management and habitat management. It accounts for risks that are biological, social, cultural, and economic. And it admits that there is a need to act with incomplete knowledge. So, I have one more thing I'd like to talk with you about, and that's the idea of straying. What is it biologically? What does it mean? What are some definitions of straying, and why is it important? It's generally acknowledged that salmon return home to spawn. Every child growing up in an Alaska school knows and understands that. Salmon return home to spawn, except when they don't. This homing straying strategy is exemplary of many species, but we can see it in Pacific salmon, and that's what we're dealing with here today. Most people, again, are thinking that only about salmon homing, but straying also has its benefits. Homing, when fish home and have a strong tendency to home, they can develop local adaptations to their environment. This increases diversity among populations, which is like having a strong stock portfolio. It also increases survival because the offspring then are well matched to their location. Straying, though, has benefits as well. It allows for colonization of new habitats. The place where we were sitting 8,000 years ago, where we were sitting, was under a lot of ice. There were no salmon here. This straying activity allows salmon to move into new habitats and also to move as the world changes. Straying also increases diversity within populations because it allows populations to interact, to move, to exchange genes and genetic information. So it works in tandem with the increased diversity among populations. Straying increases diversity within populations. And as I mentioned before, it buffers changes in habitat quality. So we can see that there's a dynamic equilibrium that exists between homing and straying within salmon. This is very different, though, among species. Some species home strongly, such as sockeye salmon. Sockeye salmon, their homing is related to parts of aspects of their life history. They have a long freshwater residency. They spend a lot of time, up to 3 years, within the lakes in some places. It's a long time to grow up, and if they're not adapted to be there, you have a mismatch and they're less productive. Sockeye salmon also spawn in highly variable habitats, as I have in the pictures there. In some systems, you'll find some spawning on the beach, some spawning in rivers, and some spawning in streams, both outlet and inlet. Now, if they rear in a lake, it's important for them to know which direction to swim. If they're swimming if they are a fish that has been spawned in an outlet, they'll need to know to swim upriver to get to the lake. If they're spawned in an inlet, they need to know to swim downstream to get to that lake. So these are heritable traits that provide benefits from increased homing in sockeye salmon. On the other end of the scale are pink salmon. They have a very short freshwater life history. They emerge from the gravel and move right to the ocean. They have a lower variability in habitat. They generally spawn low down in river systems and sometimes intertidal. They have lower annual stability in those habitats. Yes, the habitat itself changes, and it can be you can have spring floods that move gravel around. You can have low water events late in the winter, early in the spring, which lower the water table, reduce their ability to make it to the ocean. And pink salmon also just have a 2-year life cycle. These aspects mean that there's a lower benefit from homing and a greater benefit from spreading themselves out across the landscape. Now, these two aspects and others in the other 3 Pacific salmon species are observable in patterns of population structure, and you'll see that later in one of the talks. These types of life history aspects do affect the population structure of species. So when we talk about stray rate gets tossed around a lot. It's an easy term to use to describe an idea that we all assume the other person on the end of a conversation understands, but it often we'll have conversations where the 2 members of the conversation have different ideas of what the stray rate is. So in terms of better defining that, we're beginning to use terms like recipient stray rate. What is the straying in rate? How many fish are coming from outside a place and straying into this location, this spawning group? Another term would be the donor stray rate. How many fish have moved out of this population and have gone into other populations? How many fish have gone out of a hatchery and are ending up in the streams? So use of those types of terms will help us have a more clear conversation, recipient and donor. As we talk today, just as a preview, when we're talking about stream straying studies, we're talking about recipient rates. We went into the stream and measured fish that had come from hatcheries. But when we talk about the run reconstruction of Prince William Sound hatchery pink salmon, we're talking about then we'll be able to provide you with a donor stray rate. How much of the return didn't end up in the harvest or at the hatchery, but ended up in the streams? Why am I taking your time on this? First of all, it's important for communication in today's study. Hatchery and wild origin salmon interact from the time they enter the ocean. They've been separated. One's in the hatchery, the others are in the streams. As soon as they hit the ocean, they're in the same environment, they're interacting. However, the study that we're going to present today focuses on the effect of interactions between hatchery and wild salmon while they're spawning in fresh water. That spawning in fresh water has one of the potential outcomes, there are others, is genetic interaction, passing on, spawning together and passing on traits from the hatchery into the wild. That genetic interaction can be a source of long-term effects on productivity. In other words, effects that last beyond a single generation. They go on and on and on. So, while straying is a natural part of salmon behavior, it is also the means by which hatchery salmon potentially affect long-term productivity of wild salmon. And that's a little background on what you're going to be hearing. Any questions?
Mr. Wood.
Actually, I have several. Going to your slide 10, which is your explanation of why you're bringing this all to our attention. Why then would these chum over in Crawfish Bay, again, Crawfish Inlet rather, be 3 weeks difference in their return rate to the natal streams, as I understood Mr. Rabung to say was the case earlier?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, that's a very good question. That's part of the life history differences among populations. It's maintained by them being separate, but what we've done is taken the brood stock from a late-running population and released it in a place near a earlier running population. So that's why we end up having kind of a difference in timing. These populations this population that was used in the broodstock was adapted to its environment at a different place in southeast Alaska, where it was more beneficial to be a late run than an earlier running population.
So you'd expect similar results year after year?
Through the chair, that's a good question, and we will discuss that later on today, where we see continuing, even after generations, we still see a difference between the hatchery's run timing and the local, the surrounding wild stock timing. So yes, it is maintained year after year in some places.
Slide 9, with your new terminology, stray in rate and stray out rate, do you use those when you're judging the potential for impact on productivity of the wild stocks?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, yes, that we do think about these things when we're evaluating whether or not when we're evaluating genetics comments on permitted or requests for permits.
And the figures I'm about to give you are not something that I generated or that I'm verifying are accurate, but they're contained in the PC30, and they're dealing once again with crawfish inlet. And the only reason I keep bringing that up is because we're going to have it in front of us here shortly, and I just need some answers as to applying what you're giving us as far as data. And the statement is that surveys in 2 west crawfish streams in early September 2019 found well over 90% of the 17,000 fish present were hatchery strays. And then it goes over to Whale Bay, where 60% of the 5,000 chums sampled were hatchery strays. At what level does the stray figure impact upon the decision of the department? Is there a set formula, or how do you go about determining that?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, first, the proportion, if there's a difference between the timing of 2 runs, say the local wild population is an early run and the late run is, the hatchery fish are a late run, the date that you go to visit the stream will be very important. If you visit it early on, you will have a high proportion of wild fish, low proportion of hatchery fish. If you visit it late, it will be the opposite. So first of all, the proportions need to be interpreted in terms of the biology of the 2 populations and the timing of the sampling. Second, if we need to also consider, because we're talking about proportions, we need to consider size of a stream. Because that matters, and size not being the physical size of the stream, but the size of the population, the number of fish that are spawning there. If you had 1 chum in a stream and 1 wild chum and 9 hatchery chum in that stream, you'd have a 90% stray rate, but you probably wouldn't have a population that is replacing itself. It might just be 1 wild chum stray and 9 hatchery chum strays. If we're talking 100 or 1,000 fish, then 90% also is one consideration that we need to take. We don't have a threshold, though, that we use.
Okay, yeah, and what you're saying makes total sense to me as far as timing. But does the department do an over-the-season type of calculation on these streams? Because we're talking about 17,000 fish, and we're not talking about a small number of fish.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, yes, in this situation and elsewhere, we try to sample throughout the year so that we can get a sense of what the true proportion is for the whole stream for the whole year, as well as maybe some separation between the wild and the hatchery. Okay. We also use this information when we're discussing either permitting beforehand other activities or mitigating permitted activities that have unexpected results.
And if the department has those figures season-wide for crawfish inlet, I'd like to see them when we get to that point where we're discussing that subject.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I'll check and see if we have those
Thank
results.
you very much.
I do know that we will be sampling those streams this summer.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Godfrey.
So I have 2 questions. The first is on slide 7. and it's probably grounded in a misunderstanding by me of straying, because as you list straying, there's 3 bullets under it, and one of it says colonize new habitats. My understanding, and it may be a misunderstanding, is straying was always salmon straying to other schools of salmon to then go to streams that weren't of their origin. But to colonize a new habitat implies that they're going to a stream that's not colonized and no salmon are going there. So that happens?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey. Yes, this is a normal behavior of salmon. One of the most recent examples would be what's happening in Glacier Bay. So within the last several decades, new habitat has been opened up, and we have actually there have been studies to look at streams across that period of time when there were no salmon, and then as salmon began to appear, and now apparently the populations have become established. A lot of that work was done out of the University of Alaska Fairbanks in Juneau.
A follow-up on that question. So is there data on why salmon do that? Or do they do it because their stream or river of origin is at capacity? They're tired of swimming? Any science on that? They just settled? They're underachievers? Overachievers? Wanted to make their parents not proud? Don't want to go to the same university?
So through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, that is a really good question. There are a couple of papers I could reference for you on potential mechanisms for it. My belief is that there's not one reason for it, but that there are a multiple set of reasons. One of the reasons we think that we may see pink salmon late in streams in Prince William Sound might be that the strays are the ones that kind of got lost on the way. They've been swimming around and are tired, and they just have to go somewhere. That's one theory. I'm not saying that we have no way of showing that. Elsewhere, there are certain sections of populations that do make a habit of colonizing new locations. So actually within sockeye, I've talked about sockeye in general having a high benefit from homing, but there are sockeye that spawn in rivers. And those rivers-type spawners, they're called river-type spawners, actually are very similar from river to river, which indicates that there is straying in between those river-type populations. One great place to talk about it would be the Taku and Stikine in southeast Alaska, separated by quite a distance, but the river-type spawners that don't use the lakes are very similar to each other. So straying is also a heritable trait.
Thank you. And then my other question is slide 10. So, there's 4 bullets, the 4th being genetic interaction can be a source of long-term effects on productivity. And at the end of the slide, it's while straying is a natural part of salmon behavior, there's also the means by which hatchery salmon potentially affect long-term productivity of wild populations. In flipping forward and looking, it wasn't evident to me, it didn't jump out, because I'll assume there's a chance we're going to get there. But in posing that question and saying, by which hatchery salmon potentially affect long-term productivity of wild populations, that's almost like saying nothing at all. Potentially to the benefit, to the detriment, negligibly, without data or anything. It's posing a thesis, but I didn't see anything here that's jumping out saying this. Anything's possible, so we're posing that as a possibility, but I'm just wondering, is the takeaway going to be the evidence so far is that there is a long-term detrimental effect, or there's a lack of evidence, or it's potentially negligible, or what have you?
Again, through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, a great question. You're looking ahead. I can see you've been peeking ahead. So, yes, the project we're working on has 3 main questions, and I'll talk about those in my next presentation here, that build from whether or not, what's the background population structure? Does straying happen? And if so, how much and where does it happen? And the third question is, okay, does it have an effect? If hatchery fish did not end up in wild streams at the same time as wild populations, there would be no genetic interaction between hatchery and wild fish. And long-term effect on the wild populations genetically would be minimal or zero. We are in the midst of resolving that last question, so you'll get a lot of information on how we're approaching it and what we've seen so far. But in order to be able to detect the difference between a long-term effect and a short-term effect, we have to look into the second generation from the spawning event when hatchery fish spawned. We need to not just look at their children, but at their grandchildren, their grand offspring, to know whether it's a sustained effect. And we're approaching that now. So,
Thank you.
For pink salmon.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Has the department ever made a determination or an observation that straying in any system that you know of is a problem or an issue?
Mr. Chair, not in my knowledge, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. I would have to.
Director Rabon?
I would add to that in that the word straying in and of itself at this point is a value judgment. We're trying to get the data behind that to determine if there's an effect, and that would give us a different tool to judge it by. I'm not sure if that's a direct answer or not, but when we look at productivity of wild stocks in the presence of straying, as Bill will show later, we're not seeing a decrease. So if productivity is your measure, we're not seeing a detrimental effect. But we're looking deeper.
Thank you. Mr. Payton?
I'll follow up on that question. Has there been any streams or reports that the department has been surprised about the stray rate on?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton. Yes, there have been times that we've been surprised at the occurrence of a stray fish in a stream not its own. Usually, those can only be done with hatchery fish. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen with wild fish. We can only do it with hatchery fish because they're marked. They have to have a mark for us to be able to distinguish them. In most recent memory, the presence of Prince William Sound hatchery fish in lower Cook Inlet streams was a surprise. And we're working at getting a study going so that we can answer the question again, how much, where, and begin to address the idea of what's the potential effect or benefit.
Director Rabon?
Yeah, I'd like to build on that. In Southeast Alaska, there's a fairly extensive wild stock tagging exercise that's gone on for decades now as part of our stock assessment for Chinook and coho. And one of the surprises from that is that we found wild Chinook that were tagged in the Taku River drainage. We found the adults in the Stikine, and vice versa. We also found coho from the Chilkat River spawning in Berners Bay. And these are wild fish that were tagged as smolts before they left the systems. So salmon are always surprising us, and the more research we do, the more things we learn. So.
Thank you.
So, my next presentation then is a brief overview of the Alaska Hatchery Research Project. We've touched on some of the issues that I'll talk about in this presentation, so I might breeze through this quicker. So background, you've heard from Lorraine a history of hatcheries. I just want to remind you that hatcheries have been making substantial contributions to harvests since the 1980s. The large-scale program began in the 70s, but really ramped up in the 1980s. Statewide harvests have averaged about 172 million, both wild and hatchery, from 2009 to 2018. Hatcheries produced an annual average of 61 million of those fish, so about 33% of the harvest during that period. And then hatchery production now dominates the harvest of pink and chum salmon in Prince William Sound and chum salmon in southeast Alaska. So with that in mind, the question was raised, do these large-scale hatcheries, salmon releases, do they cause effects on the wild stock? Are they causing impacts on the wild stock? Do hatchery fish detrimentally affect productivity and sustainability of these wild stocks? That's a responsibility of the department. Alaska policy mandates sustainable productivity of the wild stocks. Again, the sustainable salmon fisheries policy. However, this is not a new concern. Alaska was the first state to have a genetic policy in 1985. It was far-reaching. Alaska also has a pathology policy, which protects the wild fish, and it has other policies and activities are taken to protect wild populations. However, with the rising of these questions about the large-scale effect, potential large-scale effect of hatcheries on wild populations, PNP's, the private non-property operators, approached the department and requested that the department organize a science panel that would design and implement a research project to inform resource management decisions. Proposed for that project was a funding partnership between the state, the operators, and the industry to bring this project into effect. And the purpose of this project was to examine the potential effect of hatchery straying on the fitness of wild stocks. So the department set up the structure of the Alaska Hatchery Research Project, also called AHRP, also called the Hatchery Wild Interaction Study. By pulling together a science panel and then using the science panel to come up with questions to review the existing research, to look at the existence of information on interactions between hatchery and wild fish in Alaska, and then proposing questions that could be answered with a scientific approach. The Alaska Hatchery Research Program was set up. The science panel provided some guidance and some design, but then the work was taken on by both the state and contractors. Contractors generally dealt with the field work, and the state dealt with the data analysis and laboratory analysis. The science panel is made up currently of 11 members from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, retired and existing or currently working members of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, as well as members who are working with Southern Southeast Regional Aquaculture, Prince William Sound Aquaculture, and DIPAC. There are also scientists from NOAA Fisheries involved. Former members, Jeff Regnard, a former director with the Commercial Fisheries Division, he is retired now, but during the time that he was on the panel, he was the director. So we'll just go over three quick questions that the panel developed. Again, these are questions that can be answered with scientific studies. These are not every question. There are a lot of other questions out there, but these are ones that can be approached, and they're also basic to understanding the landscape of the potential interaction and the landscape of what the effects might be. First of all was, what is the genetic stock structure of pink and chum salmon in Prince William Sound and southeast Alaska? The second question was, what is the extent and annual variability in straying? Just how big is the issue? And third, what is the impact on fitness of natural pink and chum salmon stocks of this interaction? And again, in terms of fitness, there are lots of ways that could be measured, but ultimately it comes down to productivity. Is it affecting the productivity of the wild populations? First question, why is this important? Why even ask this question? The first question, which was on the genetic stock structure, is that it provides a perspective on the degree of diversity. Some of the potential harms that might happen would reduce the diversity both within or among populations. So we need to know what is the background within which we're working, both within the area and then compare that across the species range. Second, it provides insight into temporal changes. So if we can look into the past, use samples from the past, and then use current samples, we can look for changes that might have occurred because of the presence of hatchery fish. That type of analysis has been done with chum salmon in Prince William Sound. Third, it also gives us the capacity by building a baseline to track any future changes. Second question, what are the patterns and proportions of straying? Why is this important? Well, first of all, like I mentioned before, straying is a prerequisite. They have to be together at the same time in a spawning stream for there to be a genetic risk from interaction. Second, these patterns in magnitude and occurrence of straying in space and time help inform our evaluation of risk. In other words, are they straying more near a hatchery or a hatchery release site, or do they stray, does it matter how close they are, the stream is to a release site? And there are a lot of other questions there. But also part of question 2 was the run reconstruction of the run, pink salmon and chum salmon runs from 2013 to 2015. Why is that important? Well, that gives us some of the information on what's the true size of the true size of the hatchery run and the true size of the wild run by doing a reconstruction, gathering all the information, doing a reconstruction, we get a true measure of the run sizes for those 3 years. From that, we can compute the number of hatchery strays in actual numbers rather than proportions. We can estimate harvest rates on hatchery and wild fish. We can compute the hatchery donor stray rate, how many are coming out of the hatchery, as well as information on what's the true wild escapement. Not just because when these streams are flown and observed, and so you can't tell from the air whether it's a hatchery fish or a wild fish. You actually have to cut the ear bones out. Then the last question, what is the impact on fitness and productivity? Why is that important? Well, first of all, we're directed by policy, both things like the genetic policy, which talks about possible harmful interactions, or a sustainable salmon fisheries policy, which talks about adverse impacts from artificial propagation and enhancement. Again, like I mentioned before, these harmful or adverse genetic interactions are things like loss of genetic diversity, homogeneity within populations and among populations. Also, the introduction of poorly adapted traits. The hatchery is a different environment than the stream, and that's the whole point. There's higher survivability early in the early life history in the hatchery, so you get higher production. So that's the end of my introduction.
Board questions, Mr. Wood.
Your slide 18, which has 3 questions, are those the 3 primary areas or exclusive areas that you're inquiring into with this project?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, yes, that is correct. Those are the 3 defined questions. There are many ancillary questions that arise as we pursue these 3, but if we pursued all possible questions, there would be no focus, there would be different designs to the studies. If we have some answers to these 3 questions, we can then build on those results to understand or come up with some answers from many of the other questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Is the project looking into what impact the hatchery fish are having on other species? In other words, on Chinook or on coho?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, no, those interactions are not being investigated in this project at this time.
Thank you.
Is there any consideration or deference given to published peer-reviewed reports related to any of the studies ongoing that you're involved with or the department's involved with?
Mr. Chair, could you tell me what you meant by deference so I can answer?
Well, are you looking at or considering peer-reviewed published work that relates to any of your hatchery studies that you're doing now, either through the department or groups or otherwise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, yes, we do show deference. We are taking into account published work and even ongoing work. Two members of the genetics lab just attended the Pink and Chum workshop in the West Coast, which brought together many of the people working on pink salmon and chum salmon in both Canada and the Pacific Northwest, as well as Alaska. At that workshop, they presented some of the work that you'll see today, and they were able to interact and get feedback from experts, as well as we continue to go through the scientific publications. That's an ongoing effort because there are a lot of publications that come out. However, most of the work that's done on the effect of straying or the effect of hatcheries on wild populations is done in the Pacific Northwest or in British Columbia, Canada. And it's done on stocks or population species that have very different life histories. So they're done on coho, steelhead, and chinook, and sometimes sockeye. However, the applicability of results from those species to pink salmon and chum salmon, which have a very different life history, can only be done in a general way. But it is taken into account. We do read the literature, and in fact, the results of this project have already begun to be published themselves in the peer-reviewed scientific literature. So we'll mention those as we go, but the results of this project now are going out for the wider scientific audience.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Raybon.
I would add that in relation to the studies done, the other peer-reviewed studies to date, where they're looking at hatchery interactions, they're looking at different hatchery programs that have completely different guidelines than what we have here in Alaska. You know, nobody else in the world has a requirement to use local stocks in their hatchery programs. Nobody else in the world had a genetic policy until just recently, and they basically copied ours. And so we have a whole different set of rules and guidance for how we operate in Alaska. And so that was one of the reasons why this study was embarked upon, is because we didn't have something that evaluated how we do things in Alaska. We just had studies that were evaluating how things were done in other places. So it was kind of an apples and oranges situation, which is why we're doing it here now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Payton.
Thanks. Maybe a couple of questions here. So on question 2, the extent and annual variability of strain. So obviously we're just doing this on hatchery fish but what's that going to tell us in relation to wild salmon? So say if the stray rate on average for this project is, let's just say 5%, and we'll be talking the stream stray rate, not the overall strain from the hatcheries, right? Stream stray rate. How do we relate? Does that relate to wild salmon production or strain at all? Or, I mean, it's like this is just telling this about hatchery, but how does it relate to that? So this, I mean, who cares what it is really if we can't relate it to wild salmon?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, that is a question that has been asked a lot. The answers to that question depend on your perspective on the issue. One perspective is that it matters what the wild stray rate is because that helps us understand if hatchery fish are straying more or less. Another perspective is it doesn't matter what wild fish are doing because we're only concerned about hatchery fish. I don't have a resolution to that dialogue. However, it is important for us to understand because obviously the risk increases with the potential, or the risk, but the potential harm increases with the increasing influence or interaction. If the interaction is rare, it's much less of a potential problem than if it's a long and long-term large interaction, then you have a greater probability of some change in the wild populations. It may be beneficial, it may be harmful, and we're only really worried about potential for harm. So we do, also just back to the last question, this is one place where we have searched the literature trying to find, there are many statements about pink salmon generally being the Pacific salmon species that strays the most often. However, getting hard numbers to what that is very difficult. It would require, again, tagging or somehow marking fish in a stream. We might be able to approach that somewhat through this project where we have parents. That's one of the cool ancillary side projects where we have, if we have two streams that are side by side and we have parents from, or nearby, they don't have to be side by side. We have parents from one generation, but in our sampling for offspring in another stream later, 2 years later, let's say for pink salmon, we might find some individuals that are from parents in our first stream, which would give us some indication that wild straying at least occurs. But it's not part of the design, it's part of a side study.
Right, and I understand the design of it, but that being said, can you use this, so you're getting a genetic baseline for all this, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that includes wild and hatchery?
Correct.
Correct. So in this genetic baseline, if you're finding other of the wild stock, if you analyze, can't you find wild stock strain through this genetic baseline?
Again, through the chair, Mr. Payton, that's a really good question, and you'll get some more information on that in the next talk.
Okay.
However, that requires there to be distinct differences between populations for you to be able to detect that a fish didn't come from, or came or didn't come from a distant stream. There has to be a genetic difference. If there's no genetic difference, we
And
can't.
that goes to the low genetic diversity in pink
Correct.
salmon. Prince
So
Got it.
maybe we could if it were sockeye, but it's going to be much harder with pink salmon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill, this work you've described relates, specifically to straying and an attempt to find out how it may be affecting, wild stocks. Another, a different question that's come up in, both some board proposals and we've seen in other literature concerns the impact of, or the potential or questioned impact of enhanced production, in terms of, what's the ocean capable of? And this is not part of that. Is that something that the department occasionally turns its eye to, though, or that we should be turning our eye to?
Through the chair, Mr. Johnson. Again, another good question, but it's a very difficult question to wrap your hands around. There are a lot of people and many different institutions that are working on the idea of carrying capacity. Carrying capacity itself is a very difficult thing to understand. Are we talking about the capacity within the Sound, within the northern portion of the Gulf of Alaska, all of the North Pacific? It's kind of a term without really a sense of scale to it. So you'd have to kind of narrow down your areas that you're going to talk about, looking at carrying capacity, before you could then start saying what is the impact of hatchery fish on this, the carrying capacity, the production capability of this area. So my sense is that many times we ask the question, what is the effect of hatchery fish on carrying capacity? So we're asking it one direction because it's easiest to get a sense of what the production of hatchery fish is relative to the wild populations. But then you go into a real general area called carrying capacity of the ocean, right? I think it might be good to also look at what are we talking about in terms of area? Are we talking about Bristol Bay? Are we talking about the Gulf of Alaska? And define that, and then go backwards and look at what the hatchery production might mean for that. Because it might be that it's very small relative to the total production of salmon from areas that might be there. If you ran the numbers in one of the most cited works on, and the current best available data on the biomass and the numbers of salmon in the North Pacific. If you run the numbers and you're looking at biomass, you're looking at hatchery production of pink salmon being maybe 2%, 2.5%, 3% of the total biomass of salmon out in the ocean. So it would be amazing to me if 3% of the total biomass of salmon in the ocean could be causing large-scale effects, but it might be happening. But that's why I'm saying you need to define not just hatchery and wild, but you need to define where you're looking. Maybe we should be looking at a smaller area.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just follow up, just one, yeah, is that 2% figure, 2 or 3% Alaska production, or is that, you know, from all the countries that are, you know, putting fish in the ocean? And you know, obviously, you know, our concern, or this board's concern, would be its impact on Alaska's wild production is in terms of trying to figure out the entire universe of what's going out there, or at least that's what we would seem to be obliged to do. But Mr. Raybung, sorry.
Well, just to build on what Mr. Templin said, so all these stocks in the North Pacific basically pasture together. It's a big area. And my recollection of the number of the hatchery biomass was lower than 2%, but I don't have that figure in front of me. We presented that last year. It should be available from last year's presentations to the boards, but out of sight, out of mind right now. But it's fairly low. But what I would like to address is that this area is of concern to us, and we've decided that we need to find a way to address it. All of our staff are fully tasked, and we have no foreseeable new revenue coming in to support additional work for the department. So what we've done is I've actually carved away a portion of the director's office budget, and we've created a new fishery scientist position that should be filled really soon, right, Bill? Anyway, that position will be focused on what I call the 3 C's, carrying capacity, climate, and what was it? Oh, competition. And so we are going to have a staff member added that will focus on those topics. We also, Mr. Templin alluded to the ocean study that was done last winter. And this year it's sailing again, and we actually have 2 staff members participating in that ocean survey. So we're definitely involved and investing in that area. We recognize it's something that we haven't put much focus on, and that's primarily because our authority extends 3 miles, and this goes a lot farther out than 3 miles. So, but we are addressing it within our limited means at this time. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. I just didn't want to get too far, you know, without at least, you know, bringing that forward, because it has been discussed here before and has been the subject of at least one proposal before. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for your report.
Thank you. Next, we'll have a report by Sarah Gilk-Palmer on, yes. Oh, sorry. Next, I'd like to provide you with some information. It's not in your books, but we decided that, and we will make it available to you in print, but information on the financing portion of this Alaska Hatchery Research Project.
Mr. Haight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we do have it. It was passed out here just before the meeting started to board members. This is what I got from Director Raybung. Thank you.
So while Mr. Templin gets that loaded up, if you'll allow me, yesterday we gave our we held our 4th public informational meeting about the, I call it Hatchery Wild Interaction Study, but we're referring to it as the Alaska Hatchery Research Project. And Mr. Jensen was in attendance, and he felt like sharing the financing behind the study would be worthwhile. So we've added that in. And The slide's up now. So the first slide is what we call the performa. It's basically a budget tracker. The reason I'm presenting this is because my role throughout this study has basically been the accountant. So I've tracked and participated in managing the finances. The portion to the left in white is what has actually occurred since inception of the project in fiscal year 2013. The top portion is the revenue received. The bottom portion is how it's been spent. The middle darker orange colored bars are the current year, and that's split into actual to date and remaining projected for the fiscal year. And then the lighter yellow to the right is what's projected through the completion of the study as designed. And what you can see here, and this is it's a living document. We update it basically monthly as invoices come in and revenues come in or expenses are paid. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary page of where the amount of revenue and where it's come from to date. When this was initially started, it was viewed as a three-way partnership. The state put in $3.5 million startup money, and it was going to be a partnership between hatchery operators and seafood producers or processors. After that first year, the state's financial situation changed drastically, and there's been no more inputs from the state since, other than our in-kind contribution from the department, which we estimate is about $400,000 a year. But you can see in this breakdown, 3.5 from the state, almost $3 million from Seafood Producers Association. DIPAC had a very good year at a very good time for us when we were almost going to have to end the project because we didn't have funding left, and they kicked in $2 million. And the PMP corporations combined over $1 million. We just received pink salmon disaster monies for research, and then we've also pursued grants from Saltonstall Kennedy, NPRB, and Pacific Salmon Treaty Northern Fund to account for nearly $1 million. So total revenues received to date, $12.45 million. Next slide. And this is where it's been spent so far. We've contracted out the field work between Prince William Sound Science Center and Sitka Sound Science Center. It's tremendously expensive to do the amount of sampling and sample collection that we've had to do. The Gene Conservation Lab, this is the cost of processing the genetic samples. So contractors, $7.2 million to date. Gene Conservation Lab, $1.7 million to date. The Mark Tag and Age Lab in Juneau, it's a fish and game lab. They read the otoliths from Southeast Chum. The Cordova Otolith Lab, it's another fish and game lab in Cordova. They read the otoliths from pink salmon. And we have a small project management expenditure which funds things like the public outreach meeting. We don't have any staff that manage this that receive salary or anything like that. It's just for the cost of the logistics. Next slide, please. This is what we project is remaining to complete the study as designed. We'll need another $1.6 million for contractor work. The Gene Conservation Lab will take the lion's share because they are, now that the samples have been collected, they have to process them all. So over $4 million for that. We'll still be reading some otoliths, combined about a little over 570,000, excuse me. And we estimate another $56,000 for project management, which is, again, public outreach meetings and things like that. Next slide, please. So in summary, $12.45 million revenue received to date. We've spent almost $10 million. We have about 2.64 remaining in hand, which gets us through another year or so. We expect we're going to need another $6.4 million to complete the study as designed. So that leaves us with a funding gap at this point of about $3.94 million. And so here's where I ask people to get out their checkbooks. There has been criticism in the past about maybe this is biased science because the industry is funding it, but I will say right now that if industry wasn't funding it, we wouldn't be doing it. So, and that's all I had with that.
Thank you. And this will be available or is available online for the meeting documents for this Hatchery Committee meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Sarah Gilk-Bomber. I'm a geneticist with the Gene Conservation Lab. I'm going to be talking to you today about the genetic structure of chum and pink salmon in Prince William Sound in Southeast Alaska. Just to start with an outline of what I'm going to be going through, I'm going to start with some background, and then I'm going to go through the chum results, followed by the pink results. So this presentation addresses the first question of the Alaska Hatchery Research Program, and that is, what is the genetic structure of pink and chum in Prince William Sound in Southeast Alaska? So we're going to start with some background, as I said, and you heard some of this. Some of this might be review for many of you, but I'm going to go ahead and go through it. So understanding genetic structure. Population structure is driven by the evolutionary processes of natural selection, mutation, genetic drift, and migration. I could spend hours talking about just these concepts, but for what we're going to talk about, I'm going to drastically simplify it. So natural selection is when some traits are favored over others. Mutation is when random changes in the DNA create a novel trait. Genetic drift is a change in variation due to chance, or it's just a cast of the die. And migration is just that, changes due to individuals moving between populations. But for what we're doing, some of these are more important than others. First of all, at the scale we're looking at, mutations aren't a big driver. And we're using something mostly called neutral markers, so we aren't directly measuring adaptations or selection. Adaptation is still very important, but we aren't directly measuring it. So what we're focused on are the other two, genetic drift and migration. And really, again, this is a simple way to think about it. You can think of these as drift being analogous to homing, which you heard Bill talking about earlier, and migration being analogous to straying. And what we're doing is measuring the balance between these forces within a species across an area. And you heard him talking about that balance earlier as well. So we can measure differences between populations by looking at genetic markers and quantifying differences between each of these populations with any one of a number of different measures. And then we can visualize that structure using a genetic tree. So you've probably seen genetic trees before, and we're just going to kind of go through to help you understand how to understand those, understand how to visualize those. So as an example, we may go out and collect samples from fish in several river systems, and then take these into the lab and look at several genetic markers. We may then use these to quantify the differences between these populations and visualize those differences using a genetic tree, coming up with something like this. You've probably seen something like this before. This is a genetic tree. The key to understanding a genetic tree is to know that the horizontal branch length is what you're interested in, not the vertical length. So, for example, the branch length for population 8 is clearly quite long. This population is clearly different from the other populations in the tree. By contrast, the cluster of populations of 1 through 6 are similar to each other. But let's take a couple of specific examples and show you how to compare them. Let's visualize the differences between populations 1 and 4, for example. We can visualize this by adding up the branch lengths like this. We're just going to take these and add them up. And you can see if we just added them up, we would end up with branch length like so. So now in contrast, let's say we wanted to look at the differences between populations 2 and 7. And you can see where I'm going here. We're going to add up all of these branch lengths. And you end up with a longer branch length. So essentially you're seeing that just by visualizing this, you can see that there's a greater difference between populations 2 and 7 than there are between populations 1 and 4. And remember how I told you that we're essentially measuring the balance between homing and straying. Hopefully that becomes clear here. In general, the larger differences we see between populations, the larger the effects of homing. The fewer differences we see between populations, the larger the effects we are seeing for straying. Also note that in this example, much of the differences we are seeing are driven by geography, but that isn't always the case. And then one last thing here. Something I want you to remember is that because only the horizontal distance matters, I can flip this any way I want, and we still have the same relationship. Just something to keep in mind as you look at any genetic tree. So these two trees that you see here are exactly the same. All I've done is taken the tree you saw before and flipped it with population 7 on top, but all of the relationships stay the same. And now we're going to look at some results for chum salmon. So just as a reminder, and most of you know this about chum salmon, but they migrate as juveniles to the ocean. Typically, they spend 2 to 4 years at sea, and there's two run timings, summer and fall. They have the largest range of any Pacific salmon, as far south as Korea and California, and as far north as Laptev Sea in Siberia and the Mackenzie River. There have been a myriad of other studies on the genetic population structure of chum salmon throughout their range, and the results that you'll see here today do echo those findings. The broader scale baseline I'm showing you today is one that encompasses the Gulf of Alaska, from the Alaska Peninsula south to Washington, and includes 198 populations and 93 genetic markers over 10 regions. In this larger picture, there's less variation in Prince William Sound in southeast Alaska than there is in other parts of the Gulf of Alaska for chum salmon. In particular, we can see quite a bit of variation in both the southern end of the range as well as out on the Alaska Peninsula. If we zoom in and just look at Prince William Sound through southeast Alaska, so just looking at that area, we're looking at 52 populations. We can again see similarities between populations. There is some structure, much of it based on geography. The Prince William Sound populations that we have do cluster together. The Yakutat area populations stand out and are different from both Prince William Sound and Southeast Alaska populations. Within Southeast Alaska, the Chilkat River populations are similar to each other, and the populations south of Sumner Strait are more similar to each other. And just as a side note, compared to other species within the same area, chum salmon do display more diversity than pink salmon, but less than either Chinook or sockeye within the same area. But the relationships that we see on this tree aren't solely based on geography. We may also see some similarities based on run timing in some cases. So in conclusion, for chum salmon structure in Prince William Sound and Southeast Alaska, in general, what we see is genetic stock structure that's correlated with geography, although there may be some differentiation by run timing. These findings are similar to other studies, especially at these scales. So that's it for chum, and I'm going to talk to you now about pink salmon. And this work is work primarily done by Wei Chang, who is also in our lab. So this is also a reminder, I'm sure all of you know this by now. Pink salmon have the shortest lifespan of all Pacific salmon species. They have a strict 2-year life cycle, which has created the genetically different odd year and even year runs. The two do not interbreed, and as soon as the fry emerge from fresh water, they swim to the ocean. Pink salmon are the most abundant Pacific salmon species. In North America, they're distributed from Washington to Kotzebue Sound, and on the Asian side, they're found from North Korea to the Arctic Ocean. In Prince William Sound, pink salmon spawn in over 800 streams. but the timing of their arrival is different among streams, so there can be both early and late running fish. And in addition, there's a lot of variation in spawning habitat in Prince William Sound. Pinks can utilize tidal zones and upstream habitats, a variety of gravel sizes, and streams of different sizes with different tannin loads and water temperatures. There have been a few studies done for pink salmon in Prince William Sound, including one in the late 70s and then another after the Exxon Valdez oil spill. And then this study, the study design for this study was to look at both even and odd year pink salmon and to look at contemporary and historical population structure in both natural and hatchery origin fish. We're going to start by looking at odd year fish. For this presentation today, we're only going to be looking at contemporary structure. The comparison of contemporary and historical structure is ongoing. WAE is still working on that. We hope to have results on that in the near future. So starting with the odd year, in 2013, we collected more than 3,500 fish samples from 23 locations across Prince William Sound. 4 of them were from hatcheries and the rest were from natural spawning areas. There was also one collection from a Kodiak hatchery for contrast. For the rest of this presentation, black triangles represent hatchery collections, blue circles represent east side collections, and red circles represent west side collections. So to look at population structure, we first calculated genetic differences among collections, then tested for significance of these differences between and among collections, and then visualized the relationships among those collections. So this is a genetic tree showing the relationship between populations of pink salmon from both the even and odd year lineages of pink salmon from Prince William Sound. Since the odd and even years are completely separate genetically, they appear as 2 completely different branches. So if we look at the odd year branch of the tree, we can see that genetic differences among odd year collections is very small. And so just to put that in perspective, here's the chum salmon Gulf of Alaska tree I showed you earlier, and here's the Prince William Sound chum salmon portion pulled out by itself. Remember that I told you that the amount of variation we see in chum salmon in Prince William Sound and Southeast Alaska is smaller than in other parts of the range. Well, if we compare what we have for variation in Prince William Sound to what we see for pink salmon in the same area, you can see that the variation of pink salmon is even smaller, really only 1/5 of what we see for chum salmon. So the scale on here is exactly the same. And these results are similar to what has been seen in other studies. So this begs the question, if we see such small differences, are they actually significant differences? And we can test for that. So we asked, do all pink salmon from these odd year Prince William Sound collections belong to a single population? We tested for differences across every collection and found a significant difference, indicating that this is likely not a single population. So if this isn't a single population, can we visualize it in other ways to see if there are some other potential patterns? So what you see here is simply another way to visualize relationships among collections. Essentially, each pinhead is a different population, and the distance between those pinheads is analogous to the genetic difference between them. So we call this an MDS plot. In this visual, we can see 5 collections that lie out from the middle cluster. KRAA, which is a Kodiak hatchery, that's the one I talked about that we included for contrast. And then VFDA, Snug Harbor, Totemoff, and Lagoon. And VFDA is a hatchery at the end of Valdez Arm on the eastern side of Prince William Sound. It's an early run. And Snug, I also want to point out, was the earliest collection taken in that year, in the odd year. So that kind of explains why some of those are lying out. Now, if we zoom in just on that middle cluster and look at that middle cluster, we can see that there is some segregation between the east and the west sides. So there is some differences between the east and west sides. Now, if we look at the even year pink salmon, in 2014, we collected more than 6,000 samples from 30 locations across Prince William Sound. In some creeks, we collected samples both early and late during spawning season. And then there was also one sample collected from Kodiak for contrast as well in 2014. So you saw this tree earlier. What you can see here is that genetic differences among even year collections are even smaller than odd year. Other studies also show in North America, even year pink salmon generally have less variation than odd year from the same area. Given the low genetic variation among the 2014 collections, the next question is whether there are any statistically significant differences among collections. So again, we asked, do all pink salmon from these even year Prince William Sound collections belong to a single population? So we tested again for differences across every collection and found a significant difference, indicating that this, again, is likely not a single population. Remember that I said in 2014 we also had early and late collections, so we had this from 5 creeks, 2 on the western side and 3 on the eastern side, giving us a unique opportunity to test for differences of run timing within the same creek. We tested for differences between those early and late collections and found significant differences for the 3 creeks on the eastern side, but not for 2 creeks on the western side. Finally, we visualized the relationships among collections using that MDS plot I showed you earlier. We found most collections are closely related with no clear patterns to report. There's no clear east-west segregation. The outliers that we saw could be due to run timing, but there was no clear reason for the patterns. So the summaries to date for pink salmon structure in Prince William Sound. Genetic variation among pink salmon populations in Prince William Sound is very small. Even year pink salmon is even smaller than odd year. We compared Kodiak Hatchery pink salmon to Prince William Sound pink salmon for both odd and even year, and they were significantly different. As I mentioned earlier, Kodiak was included as a contrast in the study. Prince William Sound pink salmon population structure did exist for both even and odd year. Within odd year pink salmon, fish appear to be structured east and west. Some evidence about run timing may drive the population divergence. By contrast, the even year did not appear to be structured by east and west. However, the pattern may be driven by run timing because we find significant differences between early and late collections for the 3 creeks on the eastern side of Prince William Sound within even year fish. For future work, we have historical data collected in the 1990s, a few generations after hatchery production started to increase. We will compare contemporary samples to historical samples to examine the change in population structure over time. Again, that is ongoing. But historical data does not have otolith information, so we won't be able to pull out hatchery stray fish from natural fish, so the information may be limited. And then we'll investigate mechanisms that drive the structure. And with that, I can take questions.
Board questions. Mr. Payton.
Thank you. Good presentation, Sarah. So, just a question on what you mentioned on run timing and kind of some of the outliers, and you said that can be potential because of run timing, or at least that's what I thought I heard. Mm-hmm. So is it possible to have 2, like say pink salmon, 2 different runs in the same stream during different times that are genetically quite different then?
through the chair, yes, they can be different. I don't know if they'll be quite different. We're not seeing that there's a ton of differences between them, but there does seem to be some differences, potential differences.
Okay, thank you. So I'm trying to relate this to some of the coho genetics I'm more familiar with in the same, and what do you call this pin chart? You called it?
MDS plot.
MDS plot, okay. And
Multi-dimension scaling plot.
fancy stuff. But if I remember those, up on the Susitna, we have some genetically different coho in the same river based on this pin plot. I'll just call it that. But the closer the pins, there's, I guess the credibility is smaller and it can't be used for management. Is that kind of the same case, or am I thinking of that the same way? Like sometimes when the pins are close together, low genetic diversity, and you can't really use that for any management actions per se. Would that be a fair assessment?
Mr. Payton, to the chair, this is Chris Hobby, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, principal geneticist. So if I understand your question correctly, when sometimes we use genetic information to do mixed stock assessment, and if you're asking about mixed stock assessment, that is correct. So there needs to be a certain amount of differentiation between what we call reporting groups of populations in order for us to utilize that methodology. In Prince William Sound, for pink salmon, the divergence that we see is not adequate to do mixed stock analyses.
All right, thank you, perfect. I know I didn't form the question in the right terminology, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Yes, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. This question, I think, is for Director Raybong. And got your attention tonight. No, just kidding. I'm just curious, what is the cost to run or analyze a sample for genetics? Or whomever can answer it. You just mentioned you were
I would
the
defer
budget
that
guy.
to Chris Havich.
To the chair, Ms. Carlton Van Dort. It depends. So when we run a large number of samples, we can run them more inexpensively. It's just a volume thing. For the hatchery, it also depends on what we're running the samples for, what the purpose of the samples is. So in the Alaska Hatchery Research Program, where we're looking at rebuilding pedigrees, we're running samples for 300 markers. And for projects like the ones that Mr. Payton just mentioned, we run a lower number of markers, 96 generally speaking. So number of markers matters and the size of the project matters. The sort of ranges of prices is in the order of $25 to $35 a fish.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. We're going to take a break for lunch and be back at 1:30. 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 1:38 p.m., 7 of 7 board members present. Still going through staff reports. And we're on tab 5, I believe. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that
Mr.
is
Templin.
correct. So for the record, again, my name is Bill Templin. I'm the Chief Fishery Scientist for the salmon for the Division of Commercial Fisheries for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. With me at the table here is Chris Hobicht, who you heard from earlier this morning, and he is the Principal Geneticist for the division and is here to answer some questions as well if you have some. We're on tab 5, and we're approaching the second question of the 3 questions for the study. The information that I'll present has been presented multiple times over the last 3 years and is available in some of the presentations on the board website, but I'll give you an overview and I'm going to answer questions about it. So the second question that was proposed in this, the Alaska Hatchery Research Program was, what is the extent and annual variability in straying? The work was done in 2 different locations again. One of them was Prince William Sound with pink salmon and chum salmon. And then the other location was in southeast Alaska for chum salmon. Up on the screen, you have the 2015 results for the hatchery proportions in streams for the streams and 32 streams and 31 streams in Prince William Sound. The proportions are for each stream are in a pie chart. So the circle indicates the whole proportion. They're not sized by the size of the run, which are quite different. So some of these pie charts would not be visible really to you. The blue portion, or on the screen up there, I guess the white portion, are the wild or natural origin fish in the stream, and the pink on the printouts, or the mauve, or what is it? The brown there is the hatchery proportion. So if you look at the size of the brown slice of each pie, that indicates the proportion of hatchery fish found in the escapements in that stream across the entire year for 2015. I'm showing you 2015. The patterns here are very similar in 2014 and 2013. If you look in the northeast section, you will see that the slice of the hatchery slice of the pie is small. And then as you move down to the southwest portion, you'll see that the size of those pies grows, which indicates that there is a pattern in the presence of hatchery fish in the spawning streams in 2015. And again, that was the same pattern was seen in 2014 and 2013. This is the same type of presentation of the stream-by-stream results for chum salmon. Again, you can see in the northern side and on the eastern side, the hatchery proportions were small, and then they were large in a couple of different spots, mainly on the Montague Island area for swamp and cabin, where the spawning was largely hatchery origin fish. Now, if we take that information and roll it up across streams within a district so that we can get a district estimate, what you'll see here are now depicted as bar charts. Each bar chart is for a year. There are three years for each district, so there's in sets there. This allows you to look at the hatchery proportion in the streams of a district or in the escapement of a district across those 3 years. The red portion, again, is indicating the hatchery portion. And what you can see is the same pattern that we noticed in the stream-by-stream results. In the north and to the east, the proportion of hatchery fish is relatively small, whereas down in the southwest, the proportions are higher. We do the same thing with the chum salmon. And again, you can see on the north and east, the proportions are small, but they dominate the escapement on Montague Island. There are reasons for that on the Montague Island for chum salmon. That's because there's a remote release for chum salmon there at Port Chalmers. That site was chosen because after the earthquake, the streams in that area became less productive for chum salmon. The chum salmon production in that area, the natural chum salmon production in that area was quite small. And so what you're seeing there are strays from the Port Chalmers, largely strays from the Port Chalmers release into streams that really don't have much of a natural chum presence. So if we roll those district estimates up and just get a sound-wide estimate for the 3 years of the study for pink salmon and for chum salmon, you can see that it was, for pink salmon, it ranged from 4.5% in 2013 to as high as 15% in 2014. And for chum, it was 2.8%, and I just heard yesterday that the estimate for 2015 for chum salmon was more like 9%. So let's go ahead and use that number. I haven't had a chance to change this slide. So, wasn't it 9%? Okay, well, we'll stick with 3% for right now, but I need to check that number. We will get you a corrected number. So if we switch, that's Prince William Sound. If we switch to Southeast Alaska for chum salmon, what I'm going to do is present the by-stream estimates slightly differently here, kind of in order by average proportion. This allows you to see that hatchery strays for chum salmon, their presence in streams is not a uniform distribution across the streams of an area. In fact, largely, the proportion of hatchery fish in a stream for a year, the estimate is estimated to be 10% or less. There are only about 8 streams that have presence of hatchery chum in the stream in 1 year or more that's greater than 10%. I would like to point out that these 4 streams are the 4 streams that you'll hear about in the next talk on hatchery fitness effects. So, and these streams were chosen largely because of the presence of hatchery fish. If we're going to see an effect of hatchery fish spawning in wild escapements, then you need to make sure that you have streams, you've selected streams that have a good presence of hatchery fish. So. We do the same thing and roll it up across the streams within a district. There are 3 districts or management units in Southeast Alaska. Again, these bar charts indicate, the blue indicates the natural proportion or the wild proportion of the escapement, and the red indicates the hatchery proportion. And the highest proportion of hatchery fish is found in the northern southeast inside management unit. Across the 3 years, these proportions range from 1.5% to about 12.7%. So again, if we roll those up across those districts, those 3 districts, into a southeast-wide estimate of hatchery fish in proportions in wild escapements, that ranges from 5.4% in 2014 to 9% in 2015. Now, one thing that we can do with these proportions is use them along with information on the proportions in the harvest. And what we did was instituted a test fishery at the entrances to Prince William Sound, which allowed us to get an estimate of the proportions in the entry of the fish running into the sound. This gives us the information on the overall run, the proportion of hatchery fish in the overall run. Using those proportions, plus the numbers of fish in the harvest, numbers of fish in the escapement, et cetera, we can actually reconstruct the various measures of the run, such as total run hatchery, total run wild, the total harvest of hatchery fish and wild fish, et cetera. So, using the ocean sampling information, these are the proportions of hatchery fish in the total run. All the fish entering Prince William Sound in a given year. In 2013, for pink salmon, for instance, the hatchery proportion was 68%. So 68% of the fish entering the sound that year of pink salmon were a hatchery origin. And those proportions range from about 55% to 86% in 2014. So that's about 5 to 1, hatchery to wild. Chum salmon, those same measures range from 51% to 73%. So I spoke just a little bit ago about all the different information you can use using these proportions that we've been able to measure. We were able to estimate the number of natural spawners and hatchery spawners in these streams. And using that, we could get a total estimate of spawning. Likewise, we could do the same thing with the natural and hatchery run. Now, this is a table full of a bunch of information. It's all pretty interesting if you know what you're looking at. But I want to show you kind of how this all works out in practice. So if we choose 2014 for pink salmon, and we look at that, there was let me show you. There were 49.7 or 8%, 49.8 million fish in that run, that total run. All right, so if we take that 49.8 fish in the total run, that's in that box there, big numbers. Now we can split that into harvest, those numbers, those fish that ended up in the harvest and those fish that ended up in the streams. So here, I've taken that 49.8 and split it up into the 5.8 that ended up in streams and the 44 million that ended up in the harvest. And the bars on the right show you the relative difference in that. Now, if we take those numbers, the 5.8 and the 44, and now we're going to split them by wild and hatchery. So the numbers in the lower left box still sum to 49.8. But now what we've done is split those pieces up into wild and hatchery fish in the streams and in the harvest. Okay, so if we just look at the wild fish, you'll see that 1.9 million wild fish ended up in the harvest, while 5.1 million ended up in the streams. Likewise, if we look at the hatchery fish, we'll see that 42.1 million of them ended up in the harvest, and about 700,000 ended up in the streams. That's a harvest rate of 98%. Going back, the harvest rate on wild fish was 27%. If we look at where the hatchery fish ended up, the fish in the harvest, you'll see that the harvest was made up, 96% of the harvest was made up of hatchery fish. Likewise, fish in the escapement, 12% of the fish in the escapement were hatchery origin. So this kind of gives you a sense of the magnitude and the patterns also gives you a sense of what the management ability of the department is in Prince William Sound in the presence of large numbers of hatchery pink salmon. So the last thing would be to look at those two stray rates that I mentioned earlier. Again, the hatchery stray rate would be a donor stray rate. We're looking at the percent of the run that didn't end up in either the harvest or back at the hatchery. It ended up in the streams. So in 2013, it was 1% of the total hatchery run was in the escapement. And that was as high as 5.2% in 2015. If we turn around and look at it on the other end, the recipient rate, the streams were the recipient. That's where the study that I showed you at the beginning of this presentation, was looking at. These are the numbers that you've seen before, and they were as low as 4.3% in 2013 and as high as 12.1% in 2014. So with that, I'll take questions.
Board questions? Thank you for your report.
You gonna stay?
Next, we have tab 6, study question 3, update on pink and chum salmon hatchery wild relative fitness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kyle Shedd. I'm a fisheries geneticist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And today I'm going to provide an update on the third question of the Alaska Hatchery Research Program, an update on the pink and chum hatchery wild relative fitness study. So as we're all familiar by now, this program has three main questions, and I'm going to focus on that third question. What is the impact on fitness in terms of productivity of natural pink and chum stocks due to the straying of hatchery pink and chum salmon? So briefly, part of the reason that we're doing this research is it's been done in other species and other systems, largely in the lower 48. There's been research done in steelhead, chinook, coho, and chum, looking to see if there's differences between the fitness of hatchery fish when they're spawning in streams versus natural origin or wild fish. However, part of the reason we're doing this study here in Alaska is because no one has looked at pink salmon, and there's only one study on chum salmon to date, looking at hatchery wild interactions on the spawning grounds. And obviously, we all know that pink and chum salmon have a very different freshwater life history and a much shorter rearing period in the hatchery. And they're the two species that we primarily culture. Secondly, none of these studies have been done in Alaska, where our freshwater habitat is largely intact. We have to keep in mind that a lot of the hatcheries in the lower 48 are trying to replace lost or damaged habitat. Thirdly, a lot of those hatcheries have very different objectives, trying to supplement or replace productivity lost to dams. And our hatcheries also require the use of local broodstock, and they have large broodstock sizes. So we're not worried about inbreeding or genetic drift or some of the other concerns that the hatcheries that have been studied before have. So with that background, I'll first start on the portion of the study looking at pink salmon in Prince William Sound, take a break for questions, and then give a brief update on the chum work in Southeast Alaska. So this is a map of Prince William Sound showing the location of the 4 pink salmon hatcheries, as well as our 5 study streams. Today, I'm just going to present results that we have to date from Hogan Bay, which is on the southern tip of Knight Island, and also Stockdale Creek, which is on the northwest side of Montague Island. So briefly, the layout of how this works. I'm going to talk about these 2 streams, Hogan and Stockdale. So far, they've been sampled from 2013 through 2019. The different colors here represent the odd lineage of pink salmon in orange and the even lineage of pink salmon in blue. And the POG is for parents, offspring, and grand offspring. So what we're trying to do here, for example, is look at parents collected in our odd brood year of 2013 that produce offspring that come back to that stream in 2015. Same idea for the even year, 2014 to 2016. And then next, look at the second generation. So what happens to the offspring of those fish from 2015 to 17 or 2016 to 2018. And last year, the results we presented were for Hogan Bay. We presented the first generation for odd and even year, so the 13 to 15 and 14 to 16 results for Hogan. This year, we have results through 2017, and we also have results for Stockdale Creek. So in this study, we're defining fitness as reproductive success, and I'll go through how we measure that and what I mean by it. So in each of these fitness streams that we're looking at, fish come back to a stream as potential parents, they spawn, they die, and the crews collect samples from the carcasses. From those samples, we know the males and females, and they're also taking otoliths, so that way we can figure out the origin of those fish. Since all the hatcheries in Prince William Sound thermally otolith mark their fish, we can tell apart the hatchery strays from any natural origin fish. So now we know the origin of all of our parents. If we wait 2 years, go back to that same stream, we can then sample the offspring that have come back to that stream. However, I do want to point out that some of the offspring from that parental year may stray into other systems that we're not sampling, and some of them are also certainly harvested in the commercial fishery that we are not sampling. So really what we're looking at is returning adult offspring coming back to the same stream in which they were born. So those offspring come back to the stream, they spawn and die. The field crews collect those carcass samples, and so we have those. We read the otoliths again to see which are new hatchery strays, so not offspring from the previous generation in the stream. Those are tossed out, so now we have all of our potential parents, and then all of the potential offspring that in theory originated in that stream. We genotape those fish for a suite of 298 genetic markers and run them through a parentage analysis software program to figure out the parent-offspring relationships. I'll walk through briefly how we do that. So basic genetics, we all have 2 copies of our genome. You inherit 1 copy from your father and 1 copy from your mother. So that's why each of these fish here have 2 strands of DNA, green and blue. And what we're looking at, our genetic markers are called SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms. That's just where there's a change in one letter in the DNA at a specific point, and that's heritable. So we can look at these fish. The SNP that we're looking at here is a TA SNP, so there's a T copy or an A copy, and that's passed on. So if I have an offspring up here that has 2 A's for this one marker, keep in mind both of those A's were inherited, one from the mother, one from the father. So if we're looking at our potential sires, the male fish, only a potential sire that could have donated an A allele could be the father. So that rules out fish 2 and fish X because they can only pass on T to their offspring. So we look at a bunch of markers and we can narrow it down, and that's how we figure out the parent-offspring relationships, who could have contributed the alleles we see in the offspring. All right, so now we have our parent and offspring samples. We know who's male and female, we know the origin of the fish, and we know the parent-offspring relationships. So we can finally get out reproductive success, who made who. So if we want to know the reproductive success of hatchery females here, so that's the blue circles, we had 2 hatchery females in this cartoon example, each of which produced 1 offspring, so the reproductive success is 1 on average. If we were to compare that to natural origin females, the red circle, this natural origin female produced 2 offspring, so that would be an average of 2, and so the relative reproductive success would be 50%. So in this cartoon example, hatchery origin females produced half as many returning adult offspring back to that same stream as natural origin females. One thing to keep in mind for this study is since we're sampling carcasses, we're not necessarily getting every single fish that was in that stream. Bears walk away with some of them get flushed out. Sometimes there's 10,000 fish in the stream overnight and the crews can't sample all of them. So we don't necessarily have all of the parents or all of the offspring. So the pedigrees have patches. We don't know who the mother and father was for most of the fish most of the time. So what we can do with this data is then calculate the average reproductive success of the different groups like I demonstrated. So I'll go through an example here with the Stockdale even year results where the parent year was 2014 and the offspring came back in 2016. So for females, in 2014 we sampled 230 hatchery origin potential parents and 221 natural origin females. Those fish produced offspring. So the hatchery origin females produced 196 offspring for an average of 0.85 offspring per female. And the natural origin fish produced 448 offspring for an average of just over 2. So that would give us a relative reproductive success for hatchery origin females of 42%. On average, those hatchery origin females produced 42% as many returning adult offspring back to the same stream as their natural origin counterparts. Same idea for males, and this year we found 28% was the relative reproductive success. So those are just averages. reproductive success is highly variable. So what I'm going to show here is that distribution. Normally when folks think about distributions, we tend to think of bell curves. Reproductive success is not a bell curve. It's very skewed. And so what I mean by that is it tends to be more clumped on one side than the other side. So here I'm going to show plots for the reproductive success of the Stockdale 14 to 16, same as the last slide. Females will be on the left, males will be on the right. For the whole presentation, natural origin fish are in red and hatchery origin fish are in blue. So the x-axis is the number of offspring that got assigned to a parent, and the y-axis is how many parents had a given number of offspring. And so this is what I mean by a skewed distribution. Most of these hatchery origin females, 60% of them, didn't have any offspring assigned back to them. A smaller number had one offspring assigned back to them, even smaller than that, 2, etc. This is similar to human family sizes. Most of us don't have 10 or 20 siblings. Most of us only have a couple. So we can compare the distribution for hatchery origin females to that of natural origin females. So that's that average I showed before again. And so this is what the distribution looked like for natural origin females. One of the first things to notice is a lot of the difference we see in terms of average reproductive success is just whether they produced any offspring or not. So the blue bar that's fairly tall means that 60% of those females didn't have any offspring. But for natural origin females, only 35% or so didn't produce any offspring. So more of them contributed in general. And then we also see that a higher number of those, or higher proportion of those bigger families occurred from natural origin fish rather than hatchery origin fish. So that's the average again, and we calculate a relative reproductive success. And then a similar distribution for males. We see that skew distribution. Most fish don't contribute very many offspring, but we do see a difference between the averages between hatchery origin and natural origin males. So the reason we look at males and females separately is because I mentioned we have these sparse pedigrees where quite often we don't know who both of the parents were. For a smaller subset of the samples, we do know who both parents were, so we can look at cross types. So we can look at what happens when 2 natural origin fish mate with each other, 2 hatchery strays mate with each other, a hatchery stray female mates with a natural male, and vice versa. So this is the distribution of reproductive success for those cross types. So this is where we know who both parents were, and these are the 4 cross types. So in red, we have 2 natural origin fish. In green, we have a natural origin female with a hatchery male. Blue is the reverse, a hatchery origin female with a natural origin male. And purple is 2 hatchery origin fish. First thing to notice is none of our families produce 0 offspring because we don't know 2 fish mated unless they produced an offspring or not. So that's why there's nothing in the 0 column. But if we look at the averages, we see that on average, 2 natural origin fish produced 1.76 offspring. Hatchery natural hybrids produce slightly fewer fish. And 2 hatchery origin fish only produce 1.07 offspring. So it looked like the hybrids produced an intermediate amount of offspring relative to 2 natural origin fish together. Summarizing all of the results to date for these 2 streams in these 3 year sets together, I have Hogan Bay relative reproductive success results on top, Stockdale relative reproductive success results on the bottom. Males are on the left, females are on the right. And the bold numbers are the point estimates for relative reproductive success, and then I have the 95% confidence intervals in the parentheses. But really, I guess what I would draw your attention to is for these 2 sets of odd year results and 1 set of even year results for both streams, for both sexes, we found that relative reproductive success of hatchery strays in the first generation was lower than natural origin fish in every instance we looked at. However, there's quite a bit of variability. It was lower for both males and females, as low as 3% and as high as 86%. We didn't find clear patterns between even and odd, between the streams within a year. There's quite a bit of variation, but the take-home message is that it was lower in that first generation for the streams and years we've looked at. So putting this context in terms of all the other studies I mentioned at the beginning done in other species. So what this figure is showing is relative reproductive success on the x-axis from 0 up to 1.4. I have that solid red line at 1. That's where hatchery and natural origin fish would have equal reproductive success. And the bars in the color there represent ranges of results that folks have found for males and females, or both sexes combined for different species. So you can see that most of the data so far indicates that hatchery origin fish tend to have lower reproductive success in streams than natural origin fish. That's not always the case, and there's some important differences for why that may be. If we add our pink salmon data on here, we can see that, as I mentioned, so far to date, it's all to the left side of that red line. It looks like they have lower reproductive success. So one important part of this study is not looking at just the consequences of hatchery strays in streams in the first generation, but whether that carries forward into the next generation. So we know that hatchery strays produce returning adult offspring that come back to the stream they were born. What happens to those fish in the next generation? Are those reductions heritable or not? And that's a big part of what this study is looking at. So for Hogan Bay, for the odd year, we've sampled in 13, 15, and 17, and we have data for that so far, so we can start to look at this. So we sampled this many fish in the current year in 2013 for Hatchery Natural. They produced that many offspring, so that's the relative reproductive success I've showed so far. But what we're really interested in is how do those offspring do in the next generation? And at the moment, we don't really have a very large sample size to look at, but as a proof of concept, we've shown that we can find grand offspring 2 generations later. But unfortunately, 2013 and 2015 were 2 of the biggest wild returns to date, and so our samples, we had a fairly low proportion of samples relative to the size of the run, so we didn't find as many relationships as we would want to ideally. And we have the similar data for Stockdale. So we showed that both hatchery and natural origin fish produce offspring that come back to the same stream, and those offspring produce returning adult offspring off those as well. Ultimately, what we're interested in is, how many average returning adult offspring do those 10 hatchery origin offspring produce compared to the 119 natural origin offspring? But those sample sizes, 10 and 119, are fairly small. So that's part of why this study carried forward into 2019, so we could look at 15 to 17 to 19. Just because the year we started in 2013, the sample sizes were relatively small compared to the magnitude of the run. So this study is accounting for a lot of factors other than just looking at averages of reproductive success. The field crews are collecting body length on all these carcasses. We know when the carcasses were sampled, and we know relatively where in the stream those carcasses were sampled. So upstream or downstream, in the intertidal zone, or up in the freshwater within these streams, because quite a bit of pink salmon spawning occurs in the intertidal zone. And as we might expect, reproductive success can be correlated with things like body size. Bigger fish tend to produce more offspring on average. Sample date matters, run timing. So fish that show up earlier in the season tend to do better than fish that show up in the middle of the season when the spawning grounds are totally full. And sample location can also matter. Intertidal spawning is a good strategy for pink salmon. So we know that reproductive success can be correlated with these things. We also know that there are some differences in body size, run timing, and where fish spawn between hatchery strays and natural origin fish. So we wanted to account for that to make sure that these differences we see between average reproductive success aren't just driven by things that have nothing to do with whether they're hatchery or not. Just to make sure it's not driven entirely by body size or run timing or something else. So we modeled that in a general linear model, and after accounting for body size, sample date, and sample location, we still found that hatchery origin fish produced 42 to 60% as many returning adult offspring as natural origin fish. So the takeaways to date for this study is that on average, hatchery origin pink salmon that strayed into these 2 streams for these brood years consistently produced fewer returning adult offspring than the natural origin fish. We saw high variability in relative reproductive success among streams, among the years, and also between the sexes. And after accounting for other variables such as body length, run timing, and sample location, we still saw that it mattered whether a fish was hatchery or natural origin in terms of how many returning offspring they produced. We saw that if we had both parents sampled, we saw that hatchery natural hybrids tended to have intermediate reproductive success compared to two natural origin fish or two hatchery origin fish. And all of this data has been submitted into a peer-reviewed publication called Evolutionary Applications. We submitted at the end of January, and we haven't heard back if it's accepted or not, but we should hear back soon. Some remaining questions. Obviously, this study is not complete yet. One important question is, does the study design affect the results we're seeing? So as I mentioned, we're only sampling fish that come back to the same stream. So if there are differences in stray rate of those offspring, or if there's differential harvest pressure on those offspring, that could influence these results. So we definitely want to see if these results are consistent across the other 3 study streams we haven't looked at yet and the other years that we have sampled. Another important question is, do we see that the hatchery natural hybrids consistently produce fewer offspring than 2 natural origin fish? And we want to know if these reductions that we've seen in the first generation are persistent into the second generation, because that's where we would start to become concerned about genetic mechanisms. Because at the moment, doing what we know now is we see reductions in the first generation, but it could just be due to the fact that all the hatchery fish are strays, because they weren't born there by definition. Those natural origin fish presumably were born there. We don't know if they were strays themselves or not. And so is what we're seeing in the first generation a function of they're strays and they don't know where, they weren't born there so they don't know where to spawn, or is it because specifically they were born in a hatchery? So that's why the second generation work is so important. So as I mentioned, these are the 5 years we have data for in these 2 streams, and putting it in context with the rest of the work, these are the other 3 streams and the other sample years of data that we have to genotype still. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge this is obviously a very large program. A lot of people have worked on it. We get some, the vast majority of the funding came from the Alaska Hatchery Research Program, supported by the state, the seafood industry, and the hatcheries. We got some funding for this work from the North Pacific Research Board and Salt and Salt Kennedy Program. The Prince William Sound Science Center collected all the samples in the field. The Cordova Otolith Lab read all of the otoliths. Our marker panel that we used for the genotyping came from the University of Washington, and the Gene Lab did all the genotyping for the project. And I'll break for questions on the pink salmon work before I move to the southeast chum salmon, which will be much shorter, I promise.
Board questions? Mr. Johnson.
Forgive me if I'm oversimplifying, but what I'm hearing here with regards to this study is wild is better.
Through the chair, Mr. Johnson, so what we're seeing here is that in the, at this point, we know the hatchery fish stray into wild streams. We've seen introgression through some of the chum scale work that we've done. And so with this question, what this study is trying to get at is, does it matter? Does it have an impact on returning adults for those streams? And in the first generation, yes, we are seeing that wild fish tend to, or natural origin fish tend to produce more returning adult offspring to the streams.
Thanks for that. I realize there's a lot of information here, but good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think you have enough generations yet to figure out if you have strays straying. Do you have any evidence of a straying fish straying somewhere else or coming back to its natal stream? Is that something that shows up?
Mr. Jensen, through the chair. So that's one thing that we'll be able to look at. So if you'll recall on the map that I showed, some of the streams are fairly close to each other. And so one thing we might be able to see is a natural origin fish spawns in Stockdale Creek, and maybe its offspring come back to Gilmore, which we're also sampling. We would be able to detect that through the parentage analysis. It might be hard to get at what a wild stray rate is per se, but I'm sure we'll see some. We know that pink salmon stray, that's why there's fairly weak genetic stock structure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Please continue.
So now I'll give a very brief update on the southeast chum work. So this project was focused on pink salmon in Prince William Sound and chum salmon in Southeast. This is a map of the Southeast chum fitness streams. They're all in northern Southeast near Juneau. And so this study plan is a little bit longer than the pink salmon because chum salmon have a longer life cycle and they have overlapping generations. It takes longer for the fish to come back in order to complete this study. So to date, this project started with looking at 2 different brood years, 2013 and 2014. And then their offspring are going to come back in 3 age classes predominantly. So we need to sample all 3 of those age classes for both brood years. And then to get the grand offspring, we have to go past that as well to look at the second generation. So lessons learned from the pink salmon work that we've done so far, we want to make sure that we have enough statistical power in order to see results if they're there. So we need to keep in mind that we want a minimum of 100 parents of each sex and origin to be sampled in any of those brood years to make sure we have enough statistical power to actually try to answer the question we're getting at. And ideally, we want to sample a very high proportion of the total return so that when we sample offspring, it's likely that we sampled their parents. And we also need to make sure that for the chum salmon that we sample a consistently high proportion of their offspring in the return years. Since their offspring come back at different age classes, if there's any differences in age at return, we need to make sure that we're sampling at the same rate across all of those years. Otherwise, that would influence how many offspring we see. So we don't have any pedigree results for the chum salmon work to date because not all of those fish have come back yet, and we don't have the genetic markers worked out quite yet for the pedigree work. This is a very good thing because genetic technology advances very quickly, and with a pedigree study, you have to use the same markers all the way through. And so if we had started in 2013, we'd be stuck with using 2013 technology all the way through 2023. And by holding off until we have all the samples in hand for the complete generations, we'll be able to do this more efficiently. What this figure is showing is how many samples we have by origin, stream, and year throughout the run for each of these creeks. So what each of the little panels are showing is sample size on the y-axis and day of the year, or date on the x-axis for our 4 creeks that are in columns, and then our 6 years so far are in rows, and the colors are the same as I've been using for the rest of the presentation. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, we've learned some lessons from the pink salmon work, and what we've seen is that we didn't quite get enough samples from brood year 2013 for that to be a good year to use for the pedigree analysis. And then also what we've seen in Admiralty Creek is there's just not really enough strays there in order to look for how the reproductive success of those strays are. So Admiralty Creek was dropped from the study design, and then also 2013 was dropped as a brood year. So we're going to focus on Fish Creek for brood year 2014, and those offspring are coming back in 2018, 2019, and 2020. And then 2017 also had really good sampling where we have enough samples from the parents in order to be able to find offspring, so that'll carry forward into the future. With that, the Sitka Sound Science Center is doing the field work for this portion of the study. I'll take any questions folks have on the chum work.
Any board questions? Thank you for your report. Director Rabel.
Thank you, Chairman Marisky. I just wanted to make a follow-up comment to Mr. Fritz's comment about hatchery fish. Wild fish are better. I won't dispute that. But this study isn't looking at mechanisms. So I think in this case, the relative reproductive success, we're measuring it from hatchery-produced fish, but what you need to remember is that we're also measuring it from strays. And so it might be just as accurate to say homing fish are better in this case. We don't know if wild strays produce as well as wild homing fish. We're not able to tease that out yet. So the mechanisms is something that we're hoping to be able to delve into in ancillary studies and actually, you know, get at what the differences are driven by, if that helps.
Thank you. Any board questions on that? Okay, thank you. Next, tab 7.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Chris Havicht. I'm the principal geneticist for Commercial Fisheries Division, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And Sam just did provide a beautiful segue for this next talk. That's exactly what I'm going to be talking about, is the mechanisms part. So we now have information on relative reproductive success, but assessing that information, especially for policymakers, means that we really need to find out or figure out what exactly does that mean. And one of the things that's really important to figure out what that means is to understand what the mechanisms are, because some mechanisms would lead us to see these lower reproductive success values as something that's a long-term effect, and some of the mechanisms would indicate it's a short ephemeral effect. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of that in this next presentation. So I just want to remind you, we're only partway through this program. In Prince William Sound, only 2 of the 3 of the 5 streams have been reported, and for those, we've only reported 3 years, and we have 5 more years of results to present. So we need to keep in mind as we walk through this that we are dealing with a limited data set that will be expanding in the near future. And the reason I mention that is because as we have seen in these 2 streams of these few years, other people have seen high variation both within species, through time, and across species. So this is just some other data from Araki et al. Looking at steelhead in the Hood River system. And you can see as data were collected from year to year, the patterns of relative reproductive success varied considerably. You'll note that the dotted line, which is the average relative reproductive success in this study, was below 1, as it is for our data. And we can see that for other species in other areas. So this is the steelhead work that I just showed. Other steelhead work shows a much more consistent pattern, again, all below 1 for the relative reproductive success values. And then moving on to species like Chinook salmon, some are very consistent in their estimates of RRS, but other ones are highly variable. So it's important that we continue this project, finish it out so that we can get a better handle on this variation, both within streams, across years, and between sexes. So what we don't know is what's driving these values of relative reproductive success. And that's one of the things that we're going to be looking at once we have all the data. But in the meantime, we're thinking about it in preparation. So many mechanisms may be driving these. Some of these may be genetic, which would indicate a mechanism that might continue on for multiple generations, whereas others may be more ephemeral, non-genetic effects. So I just wanted to kind of walk through 2 examples of these so you could see what I'm talking about, and then I'll just flash up a bunch of potential mechanisms that may be affecting relative reproductive success. So on the genetic end of things, one of the reasons we may be seeing a lower reproductive success is that there's a relaxation of selection going on in the hatcheries that is not occurring in the wild system. So each time the fish come back to the hatchery, they're spawned, they're kept in a nice condition, and the whole point of the hatchery is to have really high survival rates. So in the hatcheries, generally it's 90 to 95% survival from egg to hatch. And that's the whole point of a hatchery, is to increase the number of fish available. Now, most of the mortality in the wild that does occurs for unsurvivable events, things like scouring, dewatering, freezing, or disturbance, things that no matter what your genetic profile is, would not survive. But some of the mortality that occurs in the wild and caused by genetic issues may not have occurred under a hatchery condition where there is a lack of disease or there are no predators, things that there might be a genetic component to surviving. So the conditions in the hatchery don't select out the same fish as the conditions in the wild, and this is called relaxation of selection. On the other hand, I'm going to give you an example of a mechanism that is more ephemeral, and Kyle mentioned this in his presentation, and that is spawning ground familiarity. So we know that homing fish have the potential to find the location where they were incubated. And those locations, of course, are productive, otherwise the homing fish would not have survived. Whereas straying fish, regardless of origin, so it doesn't matter if they're hatchery or not, have not been in that environment before and might not know the appropriate place to spawn. So straying fish that do find a suitable location produce fish, and therefore their homing fish, if those fish home back, will find the same, have potential to find the same spot. So that's why it's an ephemeral effect. Straying fish that don't find that suitable location don't produce progeny, and then of course those progeny don't return. Therefore, most of the effect is wiped out in the following generation, so it's an ephemeral effect. Now, there are lots of these kinds of mechanisms that we could look at. Just to name a few, domestication selection, so that's when the hatcheries are selecting for different traits rather than just relaxing selection. Genetic drift, probably not an issue in Prince William Sound or Southeast. This is an issue with small population sizes in hatcheries where they use very small numbers of broodstock. Broodstock incompatibility, again, probably less of an issue in Alaska than elsewhere because of local broodstock selection. And mate selection is another factor that has a genetic component. On the other hand, there are other things that are non-genetic, and some of them are associated with the design of the project and the fact that we have a fishery that's being prosecuted during some of the times when these fish are returning. Spawning ground competition, so you may find differences in survival depending on when other fish are on the spawning grounds. And then the fact that the straying fish may behave differently and that they might arrive in streams later than natural origin fish. So there are different data sets available to start looking at these things. If we're looking at genetic mechanisms, we can do some modeling to compare the information we have on productivity for Prince William Sound, for example, with what we would expect to see if genetic effects were occurring. We can look at the grandparentage analysis using RRS, and we can look at historical and contemporary genetic structure to see if we see changes. On the non-genetic mechanisms, there are also information we can look at, including the timing of spawning, the locations within the stream where these different fish are spawning, and how the hatchery, fishery is prosecuted. So that's the end of my talk on this bit, and the next section I'm going to talk about is evidence for these mechanisms that are associated with genetic issues.
Any board questions? Please continue. Thank you.
Okay, so what I was going to spend this time doing was kind of going through information that's available to us to look at the interaction, to look to see if we can find evidence for genetic interaction as opposed to non-genetic or more ephemeral mechanisms. So why do we care about genetic interactions? Well, it kind of goes back to what Bill was talking about with initially the Constitution, and then how the Constitution is interpreted and policies are created. And these policies are created to protect wild fish from harmful interactions of introduced stocks and adverse impacts from artificial propagation. So harmful and adverse genetic interactions. Harmful and genetic interactions occur basically with two types of mechanisms. And they're both related to genes going from hatchery origin fish into wild populations. The first is a loss of diversity among populations. So if you have one hatchery that is allowing many strays to go into many streams, then all those streams become more and more similar to the hatchery, and there's less diversity between them. And the second one is an introduction of poorly adapted traits from a hatchery population that's not as well adapted to wild conditions as the wild fish. So again, these are theoretical reasons for why we're concerned about adverse genetic interactions. It's also possible to have hatchery and wild interactions that are not harmful or adverse in cases where the hatchery fish are basically exactly the same as natural fish, or where there's very little genetic variation among populations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through different pieces of information that we have and talk about how that can inform us about whether we're seeing or whether we're concerned about genetic interactions or not, starting out with population structure. So for each of these items, I'm going to talk about two things: observations that indicate higher risk, where I'm going to talk about things that indicate higher risk of having genetic interactions, and then I'm going to talk about observations that indicate lower risk of genetic interactions. So population structure, previous studies indicated that pink salmon in Prince William Sound are not a single population. So why is that a higher risk? Why does that indicate higher risk? It indicates higher risk because there's a chance that hatchery origin fish could come in and homogenize or make all the populations similar to each other and wipe out this variation among populations. Variation among populations could be indicative that populations have adapted specifically to their locations, and therefore those adaptations could be disrupted. These studies were done in the 1970s and in the 1990s. Observations that indicate lower risk. Well, the current study found significant structure, so after 40 years, we still see structure there. And interestingly, the new study's patterns of outliers is not consistent with the patterns of high hatchery proportions that we've observed. So I'm just going to walk through those data really quickly here. So first, I'm looking at the odd year genetic relationships for pink salmon in Prince William Sound. These are the figures you saw from Sarah's talk. 2013 collections in Prince William Sound and the genetic relationships among those collections. Kodiak is an outlier, which would be expected. Sarah walked through the reasons why VFDA is also an outlier. It's a different run timing. Now I've put on the map that Bill showed us earlier, showing the hatchery proportions in all the different regions within Prince William Sound. And now I'm going to show you where the other outlier wild collections are located within these regions. So there are 4 regions that really had higher hatchery proportions, and 2 of our collections that are outliers, in other words, 2 collections that were genetically more distinct, happened to come from regions where high hatchery proportions were found, as opposed to a single collection that we found that was collected in a low hatchery proportion. So if you look at those ratios, we sampled 6 locations in districts with high hatchery proportions, and 2 of them were outliers, whereas we sampled 12 locations in districts with lower hatchery proportions, and only 1 of those was an outlier. So this is not a pattern we would expect to see if hatchery fish are homogenizing or making all the populations similar to each other. It is notable, though, that some of these collections were collected at different times, so temporal variation may be playing a role here in our population structure. I'm going to review the even year very briefly. So again, same information that Sarah showed you earlier, and what we found here was that 4 of the 11 collections made in districts with high hatchery proportions were outliers, whereas only 3 out of 15 were outliers in the low hatchery proportions. So again, same pattern as we saw in odd year, and opposite of what we might expect to see based on theory of population structure and straying. So the next steps are to examine the historical and contemporary population structure. WAY is working on that now, and to expand the scope westward. And the reason I added the expand the scope westward is because now we're finding, or the department has recently found, hatchery origin fish from Prince William Sound located in Lower Cook Inlet. And I'll touch on that later on some of my, in some of this presentation. Okay, so next is hatchery fish in streams, observations that indicate higher risk. Well, for one thing, we found a lot of Prince William Sound fish in streams. And so that's the first thing we has to happen in order to have genetic interaction. And some of these streams had high hatchery proportions. And finally, we found these Prince William Sound hatchery origin fish in lower Cook Inlet streams as well. So observations that indicate lower risk relative to hatchery fish and strays in streams include the population structure that we just reviewed, and then some information on run timing differences between hatchery fish and wild fish. And so I'm going to review that next. So hatchery fish in Prince William Sound were selected for different run timing than the natural origin fish in the area. And the reason for that was to allow managers a tool to manage these fisheries in such a way that they were able to target hatchery origin fish. And I think Bill gave some data earlier that showed how well this has been working and how well the management at Fish and Game has been in selecting or harvesting hatchery origin over natural origin fish. But at any rate, we had a difference in run timing, and if we have a lot of hatchery origin fish interbreeding with wild fish, and they're passing on that heritable trait of run timing, we would expect over time to lose that difference between hatchery origin and hatchery and wild fish run timing. And so we might expect to see a fairly even distribution over time. But clearly that's not what's happening, which is why the department is still able to do the management the way it is. We actually see early in the season more wild fish in the harvest or in the catch sampling, and higher proportions of hatchery origin fish later in the season. So really what we're seeing here is that this run timing pattern between hatchery and natural origin fish is still persisting to this day. The next steps are to examine this in more detail. Things like looking back in time and seeing if this run timing has shifted at all, and assess patterns of hatchery proportions in Cook Inlet streams. Relative reproductive success of hatchery versus wild fish. Again, we've observed things that indicate higher risk. Hatchery fish are reproducing in the wild. Hatchery fish have generally lower reproductive success. This was what Kyle just spoke about, and this is a figure from his presentation. Hatchery fish are interbreeding with wild fish, and this is Kyle's information showing that hybrids are being produced and returning back to the stream. And then we have observations that indicate lower risk. Again, the persistence of run timing among wild and hatchery fish, population structure, and that mechanisms may be ecological rather than genetic. So the next steps here are to determine if the relative reproductive success patterns are repeatable. We've investigated 2 out of 5 streams so far, 3 out of 8 years have been analyzed, and then finally to look at the grandparentage. Okay, the final piece of evidence that I'm going to walk through is productivity of wild fish. Observations that indicate higher risk. Well, published studies assert that hatchery fish replace rather than augment wild fish, and in these studies, both genetic and ecological mechanisms are proposed for this replacement. So the studies that I'm talking about here are a study back in, was that the early 90s? Hilborn et al., 2000s, early 2000s, where they looked at productivity of pink salmon before and after hatcheries were in Prince William Sound, and their conclusion was a loss of 19 million wild pink salmon for a net gain of 1 million fish to the fishery. A more recent study by Amoroso in 2017 showed, and this again was done with the same type of analysis, showed a much smaller loss of 13 million wild, but a much larger gain of 17 million to hatchery. So here's evidence that there may be lower productivity in Prince William Sound. But other studies that have been looking at this that include a broad array of environmental variables, such as temperature during different life history phases, spring zooplankton abundance, and predator populations in Prince William Sound, have found quite different results. These 2 papers found a loss of between 0 and 5 million, then net gain of 21 to 25 million to the fishery. So there's quite a bit of inconsistency between these two. And these two studies talk about ecological mechanisms that might be driving this loss and did not discuss genetic mechanisms. So I thought we could run through some of the productivity data up to date and kind of walk through to see if we see signals of a genetic mechanism occurring in these data. So I wanted to show a cartoon of what we might expect to see if the mechanisms that we have are associated with ecological effects and what they might look like if they're associated with genetic mechanisms. So in these two graphs, I've got a period with pre-hatchery period and a post-hatchery period, or a period when you might have high hatchery productivity or production. In the partial replacement ecological mechanism model, you would expect to see pre-hatchery period and then a post-hatchery period with reduced productivity. In a genetic mechanism model, you would expect to see the same pre-hatchery period, but the genetic mechanisms should be decreasing productivity over time as each generation adds more deleterious alleles or genes, or as populations become more and more similar to each other. So we should see a pattern of a decreasing trend during this hatchery production period, as opposed to a lower but stable trend. Okay, so let's go take a look at the data. So these are data that I received from the Cordova Lab, Fish and Game, and they provided me with information on wild escapement, hatchery cost recovery, and commercial harvest, and those are all in light colors at the bottom of these graphs. And on hatchery returns, which include hatchery carcass sales, hatchery fish in the hatchery cost recovery, and then the big ones, hatchery in the commercial harvest, and a little bit in hatchery fish in escapement. We only have those data for the 3 years that the hatchery research program was going on, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. Okay. So that's the Alaska hatchery research period, is those 3 years, 2013, 14, and 15, and so I'll be talking about that later. Before the hatcheries started up in Prince William Sound, there was a period where the regime was low productivity. And that means that the ocean was producing fewer fish that were returning. And it was, in fact, this low productivity period that was part of the driver to start the hatchery program. The program started up just as that pre-regime shift occurred. And during this hatchery ramp-up period, wild productivity also increased. And that occurred between 1978 and 1985. And then starting in 1986, the hatchery proportions returning to Prince William Sound were 50% or higher. So I'm referring to this as the high hatchery productivity period, production period. That's the period I really want to look at. And these are the fish I really want to look at. These are the wild fish that are in escapement, hatchery cost recovery, and commercial catch. And again, we have an estimate of the number of hatchery fish in these bars that are associated with hatchery fish in the escapement. And we have those for 3 years and during the Alaska Hatchery Research Program. And those are the green bars in here. And you can see, relative to the size of the bars, they're fairly small, in the order of 3 to 7%. So just remember, the yellow bars on all other years should have a little bit of green, but we don't know how big that green is. We have an idea of how big it is based on the Alaska Hatchery Research Program. All right. So for the even years, we can see that before the regime shift, the production was low. Production went up during the hatchery, right after the regime shift, and then it appears lower after hatcheries were in full production mode. Whereas the odd years have a similar pattern, but much less of a decrease after hatcheries were in productivity mode, in production mode. So we're going to now look just at the high productivity or hatchery productivity period to look for these patterns in a stable or a decreasing pattern in wild production. So here we have now just the 1986 to 2019 data for all wild productivity for Prince William Sound, and we have both even and odd years here, so there's a lot of variability. So in order to get rid of some of that variability, we're going to look at this by even year class and by odd year class separately. This is the even year run of net wild productivity, and we can see here that the productivity have been fairly flat during the high hatchery productivity period between 1986 and 2018. This line has a slight downward slope, but that slope is not statistically significant. And you can see there's high variability among years, which is what makes that not significant. If we look at the odd year productivity over time between 1987 and 2019, we actually see an increase in productivity through time, which is opposite of what we'd expect to see if there were genetic mechanisms at work. Again, this was not a significant downward trend. So one other item that I just wanted to mention more because we have the data than anything else is that there was one period where the Alaska Hatchery Research Program was able to measure with high precision the number of returns per spawner for wild fish, and that was between 2013 and 2015. So in 2013, we had a wild escapement of 16 million fish, and in 2015, the wild return was 65 million for a total return per spawner of 9 fish, which is a high number even for pink salmon. I'm sorry, 3.9 fish, I misspoke. Thanks. I just wanted to note that 2015 was the largest wild run since 2016, so 1960. So we need to be cognizant of that, and it may not be representative of other years. Okay, so back to the productivity of wild fish and the next steps. It's appropriate to conduct additional analyses to look at wild productivity that includes most recent years, accounts for environmental variables, and maybe examining productivity trends among districts with high hatchery proportions and districts with low hatchery proportions. So where are we now? Well, the most direct way to reduce potential for harmful genetic interaction is to keep hatchery origin fish out of streams. That kind of goes without saying because hatchery genetic interactions can only occur if hatchery fish are in streams. There is potential for harmful genetic interactions. We have found hatchery fish in streams. Hatchery fish are interbreeding with wild fish. Hatchery fish in streams are producing progeny. Hatchery fish in streams have lower estimated reproductive success during the first generation. Effects of negative genetic interaction are not obvious from the population structure that we've looked at. They're not obvious from the outlier populations that may have high hatchery, were in districts with high hatchery proportions. They're not obvious from the run timing that is not converged, and they're not obvious from the wild productivity trends that appear stable through time. And just a caveat, because all geneticists say this, a lack of evidence does not prove a lack of harmful genetic interactions. It's really hard sometimes to see something that you can't easily measure. And there are a couple of genetic interactions that are very difficult to measure. One is the reduced potential for adaptation. We can't see a reduced potential for adaptation in a short period of time, such as the Hatchery Research Program, a 10-year horizon. And it's very difficult to measure reduced ability to buffer. So this is the portfolio effect idea that high variation among populations can adapt or buffer to changes in the environment. So this is very difficult to measure. So where do we go from here? Well, we want to fill in the information gaps. Some of these information gaps will be filled by the Alaska Hatchery Research Program. We're going to examine historical and contemporary population structure, determine if RRS patterns are repeatable through more streams and years, and determine if RRS patterns are persistent or ephemeral. That's the grandparentage work. There are other potential places or future actions by ADF&G to help answer these questions. Estimate wild straying rates. And again, we've talked about this a little bit earlier. The Alaska Hatchery Research Program may provide some insights and data into this question. Examine run timing in more detail. Conduct additional analyses of wild stock productivity. Expand the scope of population structure westward. And assess patterns of hatchery proportions in Cook Inlet streams. And that's the end of my presentation.
Mr. Godfrey.
I'm going to take this back. I'm going to take this back beyond this segment of the presentation. I'm obviously not a biologist, so I'm not in any position to question the methodology or any conclusions or the thesis at this point. I appreciate all this data. If this was a biology class, I'd probably have 15 to 20 questions for you to help me understand things better, but that's not time well spent here. That having been said, going back a couple of segments ago, I'm just curious, because I saw it in page section 6, page 51, something that may have alluded to it. Is it a safe conclusion to say that strays breed more strays, just like a defective gene?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey. So what we term that in genetic speak is it a heritable trait? In other words, is that trait of straying heritable? And I am not aware of any information or data collected that suggests that straying per se is a heritable trait.
Specifically, just so you know what I was referencing, on page 51, and I may be totally misinterpreting it, but it says on average, hatchery origin pink salmon that stray into the two streams, cited there, consistently produce fewer adult offspring that return to their natal streams, meaning they're returning somewhere else or they're just not returning and they're dying.
Through the chair, for the record, this is Kyle Shedd. Mr. Godfrey, what I meant by that was that we're only sampling those natal streams. So I was just providing the caveat that they produce fewer returning adult offspring that came back to the stream where we were sampling.
Okay.
If they went to a different stream that we were not sampling, I don't know, because we didn't sample those other streams. We might be able to see some fish that show up in other streams that we did sample, but outside of those 5 fitness streams, we won't see them.
Okay, follow-up question, and honestly, I don't even know if it's that big of a deal. I'm just trying to understand it. Another thing I'm not beyond a biologist is a geneticist, but I do know a lot of traits, and those that that are medical anomalies for human beings are passed on, whether it's a recessive or dominant gene. Even if there's no data, would it stand to reason that there is a good chance that strayers, that is a defective gene, and that strayers breed strayers? And there will always be 2% or 5%?
So, through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, Bill talked a little bit about the differences among species. So we know that there's a heritable component to homing, and in some species, that heritable component is highly selected for, and therefore probably the genes that might be associated with straying are probably less prevalent in species like sockeye salmon than they are present in species like pink salmon. So you could maybe get a little bit of that understanding of whether there's a heritability to straying by just looking across species.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your guys' presentation, and I appreciate you trying to make this otherwise pretty heady material accessible to the lay person like me, even if I'm failing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Please continue. We have a few more pages, I believe. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, again, my name is Bill Templin. With me are Chris Hobicht and Andrew Monroe. Just to answer any questions you may have on this last section, I'm only going to have a few slides. We're almost done with the presentation, but as you've seen, there's a whole lot of conversation that has to happen after data come available. We've spent quite a bit of time showing you the data that have come out of the population structure analyses, quite a bit of time showing you data that have come out of the straying and that we're gaining in the relative return per spawner. But I hope that one thing that you drew from Chris Hobicht's talk is that having the data requires some interpretation, and interpretation requires you to bring in other information, and then you have to weigh and measure it. So there's evidence that weighs for there being a harmful effect, and there's evidence that counterbalances that. And that's part of the difficulty of taking science then and applying it to policy. So I'm going to provide you with just a brief overview of some of the models, the mechanisms, the ways that people have tried to take science and apply it. And I'm just going to use two of them just to show you kind of the process. Got to be smarter than the computer. All right, so the relationship between science and policy is and always will be complicated. This is from Chris Tyler at the Center for Science and Policy at Cambridge University. It's very complicated, as a friend and colleague of mine used to say at the Ted Stevens Marine Research Institute. As you know, specialists in making decisions based on data and information, and bringing in other information, making good policy decisions is a difficult task. There is never one right answer. And even when you make a good decision, there will be serious downsides. No decision is made with complete information, and often the information you have is somewhat uncertain. To remind you of where we've been today, the AHRP is providing valuable biological information for understanding the interaction between hatchery and wild pink and chum salmon in Prince William Sound in southeast Alaska. The program has asked scientifically answerable questions. It hasn't asked vague ones. It's tried to nail it down so that we can at least have an answer for the question that we ask. The science panel worked hard at developing appropriate study designs so that when we do have an answer, we have a good chance at having an accurate and precise answer to the question. But we've also pointed out that more than biology needs to be considered when making decisions about salmon resources. If we look again back at the sustainable salmon policy, there are 4 areas of risk that need to be considered when making decisions about salmon resources. The first is biological, social, economic, and cultural. All those areas need to be considered, and the risks in those areas need to be considered. The interface then of science and policy is where scientific knowledge is then incorporated into belief and value systems in order to provide a bridge for decision making. And again, I'm talking to a bunch of experts who have a lot of experience of this, because many of the decisions that you've had to make over the last year have had biological information, but a lot of economic information and cultural use of salmon, et cetera. So how do we combine all of that? Well, one model that I came across as I was doing some research was this model for a science policy dialogue called Questions for Prudential Judgment. It's a series of questions that ask in order, moving from scientific to more values type judgments, or moving from, you could consider along the process that we've taken you through today. Does an event occur? If it doesn't occur, you don't need to proceed any further in policy decisions. But if it does occur, then you need to move on to ask yourself how often and to what extent does it occur? Does an event occur is kind of those observations are what drove the development of the Alaska Hatchery Research Project. The questions that were asked were questions like, how many and where do strays occur? Then the third question you'd ask is, does the event have an effect? Which is similar to the third question in the HRP. Do the presence of hatchery fish spawning in streams have an effect on wild production? The fourth one, though, is the effect harmful? Is a little bit different than the previous ones. And that is followed by the fifth question, which is, would addressing the harm cost more than it would benefit? So again, going back, first one is observation. Second and third questions have to do with measuring and experimenting. These are still scientific questions, or scientifically answerable questions. But the fourth one, is the effect harmful, requires the development of a standard. What is your standard to develop harm? Is it good, bad, harmful, beneficial? That kind of depends on what you're measuring it against. Then the fifth one has to do with collating all the information that you have and evaluating it. Would addressing that harm cost more than it would benefit? And again, so here we're moving from questions that are answerable by science to those that have more to do with policy or human valuation of the resource. To show you how this might work, we can look at the question of, or the issue of hatchery fish being in spawning streams. Again, the first question could be rephrased for this issue to be, are hatchery pink salmon spawning in streams in Prince William Sound? Question 2, which streams have spawning hatchery pink salmon and how many are present? 3, does the presence of spawning hatchery pink salmon have an effect on wild pink salmon populations? There's this process of thinking that we're moving down, and it's helping us to organize our thoughts as well as the information that we're accumulating. The fifth one, is the effect of hatchery origin pink salmon spawning with wild pink salmon harmful? Again, that's where we have to have a definition of what harm is. For this project, HRP, we've talked about productivity of the wild populations, so that might be where we would be doing the measure of harm. We might rephrase that to be, is the effect of hatchery origin pink salmon spawning with wild pink salmon reducing the productivity of the wild populations? And then fifth, would the cost of restraining hatchery origin pink salmon from spawning in streams outweigh the benefit from reducing the interaction? That's a cost-benefit question. So moving forward, questions 4 and 5 require definitions of harm, cost, benefit, as well as developing the means to weigh them. Those are questions more for an economist than a geneticist or biologist. The second need is that we need to complete the work. Right now, we're working with incomplete data. In 2020, we'll have completed the field work, and then we'll have the fitness results in the next couple of years. Now, I'm not waving this off. What I'm saying is now is the time for us to start thinking about these questions and developing the mechanisms for moving forward before we have the data, because we'll be caught flat-footed if we have the data and then we're being asked, well, so now what are you going to do with it? To help us along that way, one of the ideas that we've tossed around is a proposal that was used in Washington State just recently, where the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife requested their Washington Academy of Sciences to act as a third party to convene a working group of agency staff, stakeholders, and subject matter specialists, right? And they would do 3 things. First, review the current state of knowledge. Second, identify issues, concerns, and data needs. And third, provide, in our case, ADF&G with recommendations. Now, this is not, I'm not saying that this is exactly what we're going to do, but it certainly looks like a viable mechanism for moving forward. However, there are some needs for us to be able to implement this. First would be to define the scope of the request. And that's some work that has to be done internally because ADF&G would be the requesting agency. Second, we'd need to identify the facilitator group. You know, that could be somebody like Sea Grant or an NPRB group. And then third, as you've heard multiple times, there's not a whole lot of money laying around, and this would cost. So we'd have to identify both the funding and the resources to proceed with it. However, I wanted to provide you with this so that you would understand and know that the department is moving forward. We have some plans. Right now, we're at a point where we need to make decisions for the next step, though, before we can take that next step. So with that, we'll bring to the end our very lengthy presentation on department research. And I'll take questions.
Thank you. Board questions. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a question for Bill. On the science of salmon hatcheries done by the Washington group, is their study complete?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen. This was work that was requested by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife as a review of previous work that they had done through the Hatchery Scientific Review Group, HSRG, which was done about 15 years ago. And so it is complete now, this review. I don't know that anything has been necessarily implemented, although I would imagine that they're implementing it because they're planning on increasing some of their hatchery production as a mitigation for killer whales.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I'd like to reference you back to slide 42, application of science to policy. So you're quoting the relationship between science and policy is and always will be complicated, but then below, making good policy decisions is a difficult task. Do you mean to imply that making good policy and science decisions is a difficult task, or how are you tying that in?
It's, Mr. Chair. One of my major professors, Dr. Terry Quinn, pointed out to me while he was working on the International Halibut Commission, that only about 10% of the decisions made by the commission were derived from science, that most of it was not science. Good science asks a question that can be answered, and so yes, you can make a very specific and accurate estimate or answer to a given question. However, sometimes those questions, as you've found, are not necessarily the questions that need to be asked in order to make a policy decision. So the distinction here is the first one recognizes that science and policy don't fit together simply. The second one is a recognition that in policy decisions, there are some difficulties that not even science can help you with. Does that help?
Yes, well, where I'm going with this is that, and this has been discussed by the board before, is advocacy science and where that comes in. So, as you know, you can hire just about anybody with a PhD to tell you just about anything. I could, for example, hire someone to say that with a PhD, I don't know if we could get it peer-reviewed, but to say that fly fishing for grayling, for example, helps prevent cancer because you're outdoors and you're exercising, et cetera. That may be a stretch there, but so when you indicate making good policy decisions is a difficult task, I'm reminded that as a board member here, I've seen a number of RCs and PCs that have come in over the last several years that indicate you guys need to follow science and pay attention to science. And then we get a presentation that, and I'm not necessarily trying to pin you down here, but that says making good policy decisions is a difficult task. There's never one right answer. Even when you make good decisions, there will be serious downsides. No decision is made with complete information. Often what you know is somewhat uncertain, and that could describe what we go through, what I go through here. I'll let the others speak for themselves. But so that's one of the most fantastic set of qualifying statements I've ever seen, and trying to digest it here. So So I would try to pin you down is where does the department stand? Is this a set of qualifying statements from the department, or are you trying to capture what we do up here, or what? Could you describe a little further this slide 42? Director Raybung.
Yeah, maybe I could weigh in a little bit, Mr. Chair. My interpretation of what this is, I mean, the science part is, I don't want to say easy, but the science part is a little more black and white. You come up with a question, you design a study to come up with an answer to it. The policy decisions that you, for example, are tasked with making, use those answers as one of your reference points in making a decision. There are other reference points outside of science that you will also use. I think our mission statement, the department's mission statement, kind of demonstrates that it's protect, maintain, and improve the fish, game, and aquatic plant resources of the state. The second part is manage their use and development in the best interest of the economy and the well-being of the people of the state. They're two different things, two sides to a coin. So my interpretation of what Bill is showing here is that we're doing the science part. At some point, it gets turned over to the policymakers to use that to make their decisions. And I don't know if that helps or not, but that's how I'm interpreting this.
Thank you. Mr. Templin.
Mr. Chair, thank you again for that qualifying. If this didn't because if this didn't communicate very clearly, what I have heard, this was a response to statements I've heard, both in this venue and in others, that said, just wait till we have the results of the study, just wait till we have the science, and we'll know what the answer is. Yes, we will know the answer to the patterns of straying in the streams of Prince William Sound. The application of what that means has to go through a process like Chris Hobbick showed you of weighing other sources of information, but still at the end you're left with having to make a very difficult policy decision. And also, it was just pointed out to me that those points that are there at the end are adapted from this very same Chris Tyler, so they're not original with me. This was just included as an ability or a transition to kind of recognize the difficulty of policy before we tried to get into methods to organize our thinking in order to make policy decisions.
Thank you. Mr. Payton and then Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you. Not really a question, but a comment to Bill. I always appreciate, especially saving the best for last in this presentation. I enjoy policy discussions, and I enjoy your perspective on how to relate that to science, because these points are important, and it is tough. Stakeholders say all the time to us, use the science, use the data, and we do. A lot of times they don't like the way we use it, though. Right? So in a mixed stock fishery, genetic data, that's the data. It's a fact. That's the science. How we use it, that's up to us. So I appreciate you bringing this up. And one of the things, too, to me, is it even manageable? Can we do anything about it, right? So say we do find that there's harmful negative interactions. What can the board, i.e. the commissioner, do about it? Sometimes there's not much you can do. Sometimes it's unmanageable. Sometimes it just is what it is. Reduce, hatchery production to reduce the amount of strays, the percentage would stay the same or whatever. Or, that's one example. But there's some instances I've seen where, McNeil River chum and bears, yeah, can't do anything about it. Sea otters, can't do anything about it. So I think that's an important question, too, when it comes to these science and studies. Can we do anything about it once we know?
Mr. Godfrey.
I appreciate the chair, raising this issue. I appreciate how you open this by saying that to wait for the data if, in fact, it's ominous, and then act on policy or caught flat-footed. I personally, and I think this goes along with what the chair had, opened up with, I abhor public policy that is driven by pseudoscience, quasi-science, or junk science. This is a pretty comprehensive study. I certainly don't look at this that way, nor do I think the upshot and the takeaway will be that. But I will say that every assumption and every conclusion that leads to another assumption and conclusion in science makes the conclusion that much more tenuous to the point where it becomes untenable from a scientific standpoint. And the jury's out. And I have no inclination one way or the other, at this point, how sound the conclusions will be from the data and how solid the data will be. But I will say, at this point, it seems to me there's multiple assumptions that are going to have to be made to draw certain conclusions that, not unlike of a colleague on the board, he and I both cited Occam's razor, in different board meetings on different topics. And I think the same concept's at play here, but maybe not. I don't know. But my concern is if we get to the point where we have reason that's extended by an assumption and a conclusion that's not self-evident. The conclusion, you could reasonably derive multiple conclusions off of a data set. You derive one, and then you jump to the next, and you derive one, and then that drives public policy. That becomes very concerning to me. I'm not saying that's where we're at. I am saying that if I think that's where we're at as one board member, I won't be voting in any way, shape, or form on public policy that's driven by something like this if it comes to that. Right now, I'm optimistic, but, just as a kind of a looking at what we have right now, I still see multiple assumptions that have to be made, but it's inconclusive at this point. And I know there always will be. I think the idea is to get the least amount of extended reasoning based off an assumption and assumption and assumption. And self-evident conclusions are always the best conclusions, whether we like it or not, because it's not so subject to interpretation to what you said earlier. But I do appreciate the presentation, and I look forward to the end result.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was a great presentation. I just wanted to make a point here. We're told in PCs and RCs and everything to use science, and we do when we make our decisions, but there's not just one kind of science. There's not just biological science, as Mr. Templin brought up. There's social science, economic science, and cultural science. I know in the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, we have a report on all of these. We have the social and economic report and cultural. We're getting into that now and using TK and LK for decision making. So, and I think the 4 areas of risk that Mr. Templin brought up, biological, social, economic, and cultural, is all addressed in our sustainable salmon fisheries management policies to a certain extent. So when I make a decision, I know we don't have reports on all these, but I do try to take it into consideration when I'm making a decision on a policy, Mr. Chair.
Good points. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Further board discussion? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you for your staff reports. We were going to take a 15-minute break. Come back. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 7 of 7 board members present, 3:43 p.m. Next item on our agenda is Department of Law briefing on Board of Fish extent of authority and ADF&G's extent of authority related to hatcheries. Mr. Peterson, are you ready to give us some information?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I'll just give a brief overview here. I talked to the board about this a little bit at Lower Cook Inlet in Seward, and much of the remarks that I made there directly relate back to a memo that was authored by a couple of assistant attorneys general from 1997. That memo is on the website for today's meeting as well, and that information is still relevant because there has been basically no change in the past 23 years. There's been one case that talked about the primary statute, 1610-440B, and I'll talk about that a little bit. But essentially, that memo from the Department of Law has been the consistent guidance for the better part of the last 3 decades, and it continues to be that from the Department of Law. So there are 3 primary points that I concluded with at Lower Cook Inlet, and I'll start with them here. The permitting and administration of hatcheries rests with the Department of Fish and Game. The board has some indirect control over hatchery production by virtue of its authority to amend hatchery permits with respect to special harvest areas and the harvest of broodstock for cost recovery fish. The board's authority to amend permits is limited to terms in the permit relating to the source and number of salmon eggs, the harvest of fish by hatchery operators, and the specific locations designated by the Department for Harvest. And 3, through the board, though the board may effectively amend hatchery permits by regulation in a manner that affects hatchery fish production, previous guidance from the Department of Law is that the board may not, 1, adopt regulations that effectively veto or override a fundamental policy decision regarding whether to authorize the operation of a particular hatchery, or 2, adopt regulations preventing the department from exercising its authority to permit a hatchery operation. So let me go through a little bit of how I get to that point. So first, the broad permitting authority detailed in Title 16 assigns primary responsibility for whether, or actually it assigns responsibility, period, for whether to authorize the operation of a private nonprofit hatchery to the Commissioner and the Department of Fish and Game. And the board may exercise, as I said, indirect authority over hatchery production by regulating the harvest of hatchery-released fish in the common use fishery, hatchery broodstock, cost recovery harvest, and by amending hatchery permits related to the source and number of salmon eggs, hatchery harvest, and the designation of special harvest areas. But board action that effectively revokes or prevents the issuance of a hatchery permit is probably not authorized. The board regulation over authorities is governed primarily by 1605-251, 1610-440, and 1605-730. Of course, 1605-251 is the board's general rulemaking power statute. These powers include setting time and area, methods and means, limitations for the taking of fish, and of course setting quotas, bag limits, and harvest levels, the standard board authority. The board's authority also extends to the regulation of harvest of hatchery fish and egg collection. And existing regulations such as 5 AAC 40005, which explains board authority over hatchery produced fish, reflect that principle as well. 1610-440 is the regulation that relates to releasing fish. And subsection A of that statute confirms that fish released by hatcheries are available for common use and subject to regulation by the board until they return to the hatchery harvest area. And subsection B is sort of the primary thing that this all turns on. I'll read that in entirety. The Board of Fisheries may, after the issuance of a permit by the Commissioner, amend by regulation the terms of the permit relating to the source and number of salmon eggs, the harvest of fish by hatchery operators, and the specific locations designated by the Department for Harvest. The Board of Fisheries may not adopt regulations or take any action regarding the issuance or denial of any permit required in AS 1610-400 through 470. And I mentioned at the top that there's been one case that talked about that statute, 1610-440B, in the past 20 years, and that was a case called O'Callahan v. Rue. It was in the year 2000. And in that case, the Supreme Court said, quote, "The power to modify permit terms is shared. It lies with the commissioner in the first instance, but is subject to the ultimate control by the board," citing 1610-440B. That was not, I should caution you, the central holding of that case. That is not precedent. It was dicta, but it's the only case where the Supreme Court talked about this statute, so it's worth noting. AS 1605-730, Management of Wild and Enhanced Stocks of Fish, requires the Board of Fish to manage all stocks consistent with the sustained yield of wild stocks. And the statute requires the board to consider the need of enhancement projects to obtain brood stock when allocating enhanced fish stocks, and authorizes the board to direct the department's management to achieve adequate return for brood stock. The board may also consider the need for enhancement projects to harvest and sell fish to obtain funds for project operation, and may direct the department to provide a reasonable harvest of fish to the hatchery for those purposes, and may adopt management plans to provide fish to a hatchery to obtain funds for the purposes allowed by statute. And then finally, I would point out that in 1605-251A9, the board is specifically authorized to adopt regulations, quote, prohibiting and regulating the live capture, possession, transport, or release of native or exotic fish or their eggs, unquote. But that may not apply to hatchery fish. The more specific statute on point is 1610-440B, doesn't specifically authorize the board to adopt regulations that amend the terms of the permits that govern those, the release of hatchery fish, so those things related to hatchery fish. And regardless, the board has delegated that authority to the commissioner by adopting 5AC41. So one of the things that I went back and looked at after the Lower Cook Inlet meeting was the legislative history related specifically to 1610-440B. And I found a couple of things that I thought were notable there. First, in April 24 of 1979, the Legislative Council wrote a sectional analysis of the bill to Senator Kurtula. I might be mispronouncing that, but it reads as follows. Section 2 of the bill amends 1610-440B. The effect of the amendment would be to limit the regulatory power of the Board of Fisheries in relation to the provisions of AS 1610-470, these sections of law relating to relating to salmon hatchery permits. Currently, the Board of Fisheries has the power under this section to promulgate regulations necessary to implement these sections. The proposed amendment would limit the board's regulatory power in this specific area by allowing the board to adopt regulations amending the terms of permits issued under 1610-400 through 470, which relate to the harvest of broodstock fish by hatchery operators and to the specific locations designated by the Department for Harvest by the hatchery operators. The amendment would specifically provide that the board may not adopt regulations or take any action regarding the issuance or denial of a permit. So in amended 440B, the legislature clearly curtailed the board's authority over hatcheries. There's no question about that. But it did not strip the board of all authority. And it seems pretty clear from legislative history that if the legislature had wished to do that, they simply would have repealed 1610-440B. Further, in March 15 of 1979, the House Journal explained that one of the purposes of amending that section, 440B, was to clarify that the Board of Fisheries does not have authority to promulgate regulations regarding the Department of Commerce and Economic Development. It was unclear from the history if that had been an issue, but that was specifically noted in the House Journal that that was part of the reason for the amendment. And the final thing I want to point out from the House Journal is the following passage. The amendment clarifies the role of the Board of Fisheries. The role of the Board of Fisheries, as envisioned by the original legislation, was to regulate the harvest of salmon returning to the waters of the state. That role extends to regulating those fish which are returning as a result of releases from natural systems and also from hatchery releases. There are provisions in other portions of the Nonprofit Hatchery Act which allow the designation of specific locations for the harvest of salmon by the hatchery operator for sale and use of the money from that sale for the specific purposes stated in AS 1610-450. The added language clarifies that the Board of Fisheries may adopt regulations relating to the harvest of the fish by hatchery operators at these specifically designated locations. And the legislative history on this amendment was not very, there wasn't very much of it. You know, there was a couple of recordings and a few handwritten letters, and then the House Journal and the legislative sectional analysis from the legislative attorney. Then there was quite a bit of other material that didn't relate to the amendment subsection 440B. So I think these are the highlights that directly relate to the question that comes up now. And it doesn't do anything to undermine the consistent advice that the Department of Law has been giving the board for the better part of the last 3 decades. It generally affirms the advice that has been given as recently as at the Lower Cook Inlet meeting and as far back at least as the 1990s. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about this, or I will certainly attempt to if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Wood.
I'm going to try and approach this systematically so we narrow down to where there's questions of what jurisdiction this body has or does not have. Clearly, the law, 79, et cetera, is crystal clear that only the commissioner has the right to issue or revoke a permit, correct?
That's correct. That's in the statute.
The only exception to where the board may have some jurisdiction falls within that 440B, where it makes specific mention of the authority of the board to amend a permit. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I think the most direct authority is in 1610-440B. There's also some implied authority in 1605-730, and there's general authority in 1605-251, the general enacting statute for the board.
Okay, for purposes of my question right now, I want to focus on 440B.
Sure.
And looking at the memorandum, and I don't know the PC number of it, but Ashburn and Mason, maybe that's it, PC 31, legal opinion, went through what they conceived, or perceived rather, as a legislative intent, that the eggs being taken back then were from the wild stocks as opposed to hatchery eggs. And that was the justification for doing what they did in implementing Section B. Looking at it in greater detail, if that were the only purpose in mind, I don't understand what the necessity for the additional language they put in there, saying the Board of Fisheries may not adopt any regulations nor take any action regarding issuance or denial of any permits, and then they go forward and say, or would have the effect of negating a permit. So my question, I guess, to you is, it seems clear, there's nothing scientific about the terms here used, that this board does have the ability to amend a permit for the stated purposes in 440B. Whether that's, relating to the source and number of salmon eggs or harvest of fish by hatchery operation and specific locations designated by the Department for Harvest. Under what authority would anybody claim otherwise?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I wouldn't presume to know why someone would argue other than, or that statute means something other than exactly what it says. I mean, I could probably construct an argument that, well, yeah, I could actually. So in Alaska, there's a sort of a general statutory construction theory that is relatively prevalent in most states and in the federal system, known as the plain language meaning, right? But in Alaska, our courts have said that the meaning behind the statute, the intent of the statute, can overcome that plain language. I don't have the exact citation in front of me, but the Supreme Court...
Isn't that when there's ambiguity in the interpretation of the language?
It's a sliding scale. So if the language is very clear, then it takes very strong, very overwhelming legislative authority to the contrary to overcome that plain language. If there's ambiguity, then the legislative history indicating an alternative meaning doesn't have to be as strong.
Do you see any ambiguity in the wording of that subsection?
Do I?
Yes.
No. And again, I'll point out the consistent advice from the Department of Law has been that that statute means what it says. And so that's been the consistent advice from the department for the better part of 3 decades.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions.
Mr. Payton.
Thanks. I'll probably ask this, I'm going to ask the same thing in a little different way, I guess. In your opinion, does the statement, the number of salmon eggs, apply to both wild broodstock and returning hatchery broodstock?
Through the chair, Member Payton, the advice from the Department of Law has been yes, that it does, and that's, as I said before, been consistent through the memo, and then if you were to look at the House Journal talking about 440B, it specifically says the role extends to regulating those fish which are returning as a result of releases from natural systems and also from hatchery releases. So that's from the House Journal from 1979, talking about the purpose of that bill.
Further board questions for Mr. Peterson? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Peterson. We now move to the open forum discussion portion of our hatchery meeting. This hatchery committee intends to host an open forum discussion, which is a New England town style, just like we do for committee of the whole on our other meetings. The tentative agenda offers one subject, which we will structure the discussion around. Any member of the public may participate as there's no sign-up necessary. The committee chair will attempt to manage the discussion in a manner that encourages an exchange of ideas, solutions to complex issues, and resolution of misunderstandings. This discussion allows opportunities for additional information gathering and at times for dispute resolution. The discussion is not a forum for debate nor a platform for repeating information already received. I believe we have someone with a microphone that will, if you raise your hand and please stand when speaking, indicate your name. And as indicated, we have one topic. It's really a split topic here. The subject is hatchery research in Alaska adequately independent? And the second part of that would be, how could it be more so? But we'll start out with, is hatchery research in Alaska adequately independent? So if you'd like to speak on that, we ask that you raise your hand. And our attempt here is to get a broad range of opinions and statements, if you will. And who would like to start out in the front row?
Steve Reifenstuhl, INSRA General Manager. A couple comments came up earlier today. So on the funding and independence of this program, I worked with Bert Stedman in the funding that went to the state. At the time, he said, "Do you want this to go to INSRA to administer this?" And I said, "Absolutely not. It will not appear that there is transparency or that the fox is in the hen house." So in terms of the independence, I wanted to make sure, and Mr. Stedman, Senator Stedman, agreed. And so that $4 million went to the department so they could administer the dollars for this program. And all the other monies do funnel to the state so they can administer it, and there is transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here to the left.
Hello, my name's Katie Harms. I'm the executive director at DIPAC in Juneau. I just wanted to speak to this since you saw a big chunk of change coming from DIPAC for this study. So during that time, we kind of had the trifecta of large salmon returns, large salmon, and a good price. And so at the time when the study lost funding, DIPAC had finally paid off its loans to the state, and we had excess revenue, where we donated a lot of that money to INSRA and SARA to maintain the initial part of our mission, and then also to be a part of our secondary part of our mission, which is to increase public awareness through research, tourism, and education. So that's a big part of our mission with our board of directors, and a big part of our founder's purpose in starting the hatchery program. He was a local science teacher and really wanted to see research, education, and tourism go along hand in hand with these hatchery programs.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Nancy Hillstrand, and I'm really happy to hear there's peer-reviewed science coming up now from this study. And I'm also happy to hear that Bill is thinking about maybe getting Academy of Sciences, something that can just kind of help us up here in Alaska so we have some oversight. I guess I'm a little concerned when I see that Fred Division, was disbanded in the late 80s and pretty much gone by 1992. And so from there, it was a structure within the commercial fisheries that kind of was the overseer of hatcheries. So we need all the help we can get to make sure that we remain unbiased and independent. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Fields.
Thank you. I've always had a tension when you talk about science between applied science and more abstract or research science. And some folks think that the better science is your research science. But from the perspective of a user or someone in the industry, I like to see the applied science. And this study in Prince William Sound seems to me to be a good example of hands-on, in the streams, applied science. When I read some of these other papers, they are much more abstract and academic, and I think of less value for us in terms of managing the fishery. And so always, in terms of talking about independence, there needs to be some one group interest, public entity with an interest in the fishery. And I think our Department of Fish and Game is a great third-party arbitrator on these kinds of things. I think an external panel may or may not be of value, depending on how widespread it is. I've seen the National Academy of Science assessments of issues at the North Pacific Council at the end of the day to have very little value in terms of council decision-making because there were too many folks from academia working on those kinds of reviews. So I think, yes, the answer to the question is we have adequate independence relative to science, but applied science is very different from the more theoretical assessments of these kinds of things. And I think the board is well suited or well informed from applied science, which may not have the same independence as your academic, more ivory tower science. Thank you.
Thank you. Front row.
My name is Oliver Holm. I'm a fisherman and a longtime board member of CARE and the board president. And CARE has helped to fund this effort in a very modest way over the years, and I voted for that funding. And I don't believe we've had any significant direction in the conduction of the research, although I do appreciate the fact that this year and last year they've had a presentation before the Hatchery Committee meeting where we get to understand the research, ask questions of the people doing the research, and so essentially it's a review, although we don't pretend to be peers, but over having been involved with salmon on the advisory committee in management and with KRAA in production, there's a lot of difficulties in what these guys are trying to do to tease out meaningful results. And it's a lot of work, it's expensive, and it's complicated. As I pointed out yesterday, this thing, when it's done, they'll be able to ascertain reasonably well whether hatchery parented fish are good at returning to the streams, the wild streams where they were parent spawned. They won't be able to tell the difference, though, between whether hatchery parented fish stray at a higher rate than wild non-straying fish. That's just not going to be readily apparent. It could be a combination of different things. One of them could be genetic, about not finding the right spawning grounds. One might be just straying, and some might be they're just not good at spawning in general. But so it's hard to say that the board is going to have cut and dried definitive information when this is done. They'll have better information. But from a practical standpoint, we've had the pink salmon production at Katoy Bay. The state started it before I got involved, although I was fishing near there. So it's 40 years or more now. And as the managers in the department have pointed out in other things, and just a broad look at returns and what's happening with wild production, there's nothing jumps out as obvious that we've made some huge mistakes. And I think pink salmon is the least likely species that we're culturing that likely to cause problems from wild hatchery production. But anyway, it's a long journey in understanding this scientifically, and it's expensive. I know KRA can't afford to fund this kind of research, and if someone wants more independent research without any industry funding, of course, they're going to have to come up with a source of money somewhere. And I know the nonprofits aren't exactly flush to do that. Our job is to produce as many fish for the common property fishery as possible, and we do have some research obligations for our enhancement projects, but we are not a major research agency. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I apologize, I lost sight of the second half of what I was going to say.
And once again, this is Katie Harms from DIPAC in Juneau. I did just want to mention, just for the sake of being non-biased and being industry funded, at the same time that we donated money to this project, since we did have excess funds, we also donated $1 million to the university for an endowment fund for them to be able to use that money to create a Ladd Macaulay fellowship scholarship for graduate programs, and these are all brought to the school by the university professors and conducted research. So there's been 2 graduate students funded through that program, as well as a 3rd underway. We also have scholarship funds for baccalaureate that have anything to do with fisheries, that are studying fisheries and baccalaureate or vocational programs. So it's not just that we are donating to this funding. There were lots of activities going on at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You can come up to the mic if you'd like to say something. Who's next? Okay, then we'll go to the next part of that. How could hatchery research in Alaska be more independent, if possible. No discussion on that? Ms. Hillstrand?
I think it's important. My name's Nancy Hillstrand, and I know that when you look at the department is doing an excellent job. I mean, in so many things, especially with wild fish. But maybe we can try to fine-tune our escapement goals and things like that, and be able to take that into consideration so that we're not just talking about escapement goals as if they're normal when they have straying in them. And so, in order to make things more independent, maybe that needs to go through a peer review. I don't know if that's ever been done before, where we've actually looked at our escapement goals and decide whether they are reliable or not, because I think that would really help, because then we can fine-tune what we have and not just be talking as if our escapements are sound for the wild fish.
Thank you. Anyone else on that subject? Mr. Reifenstahl.
Well, the only way to be more independent is if we had another $10 million dropped on us from MacArthur Foundation or some other organization, and that's not likely to happen. But there are other examples out there in Alaska using this model. Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute, so that is being partially funded by industry and fishermen so that you can do research and sampling for better management. Also, the Pollock Conservation Cooperative Research Center started in about 2000, and they also do similar things where they take some of percentage of their harvest value and put that into research at universities and institutes to get a better understanding. So again, I think that what we're trying to do is funnel this money through Fish and Game for the independents, and there are at least 2 other models in Alaska that are doing a very similar thing. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears our portable microphone is operating again, so who would like to speak next? Okay, does that cover that? Oh, Mr. Fields.
Sometimes I think we're asking the wrong question. This apparent appeal to peer review always concerns me. It depends on who the peers are. And I'm a little bit provincial in thinking that we here in Alaska look at things differently, bring different life experiences to these kinds of questions. And while third-party review is of some value, it's not the panacea that I think many advocates believe it might be. So I would just caution the department or the board in appealing to third-party review unless you're very clear who's going to be engaged and what those outcomes are going to be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I do have a question for you, Mr. Fields. So if someone were to say the gold standard for a scientific study is published, peer-reviewed, understanding our political divisions today, including in science, how do you square up the perception a lot of people have with the, quote, gold standard of peer-reviewed published science?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gold standard is often used in an academic context, and I understand that that's the background you come from as well. I think peer review has merit, but sometimes those peers are the people that are actually in the trenches. I mean, I think Sam Rayburn, with a lifetime of experience dealing with hatchery, has the kind of expertise that could be part of a peer review panel. It's great that he's our director and has that lifetime of experience to bring to this. But if peer review means 3 academics from the East Coast looking at the Alaska Hatchery Program, I'm not interested in that kind of peer review. So it depends on your expertise. When we use the word peer, we're just talking about somebody that had expertise in that area. If we narrow that term to say those people with experience and understanding of Alaska's hatchery program, then, and not biased, not just commercial operators or just opponents to the program, but people that have been in the trenches over time, that subcategory of peers I'm very comfortable with. I'm just concerned about the abstract third-party academia assessing this program without any experience or involvement either with the history or the application of the program, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Tim Moore. I'm a Prince William Sound Seiner, long-time board member for Prince William Sound Aquaculture and the board president. I'd just like to make a comment along with the funding and the possible concern with industry funding these research projects. It's been apparent over the years. I've participated in charter operations for the department on research projects around the state. And as the state's budgets have continued to be, had pressure against them and cuts to the department, the first thing that is gone is the research. That's where they go. And I mean, right now we're almost we're down to the point where they're looking at just looking at sustainability in some ways in their management of the fisheries. So, accomplishing these research projects, it's apparent it's going to have to come from the people that are interested. And our hatchery association, it's ingrained in its policy to not only enhance fish, but to have an eye towards the sustainability of the wild fish. So it's in our best interest for the well-being of the people that use these salmon resources and to the state of Alaska for us to be involved, which also inspires us to put people on our board that have science backgrounds that can consider these things. So I just might, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the back there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Burke. I've worked for the University of Washington on contracts from Alaska. I worked for the Department of Fish and Game for Fred Division, Comfish, and Sportfish. Retired 1998, went to work for Sarah for another 18 years, and now I'm retired, but I'm on the senior panel that oversees this project. Just want to comment on peer review. We intend to publish all of the things that we've done to peer-reviewed journals. We also attend meetings, as people have recently noted. A lot of this is new material, and it's interesting at meetings, and we're going to do something else that may be even more valuable to the University of Fishery people. We're going to make this data available to them, and in doing that, in fact, we're opening it up for their interpretation of this in future journals and science. I do not think we're working in a sequestered way, and in fact, I would like to compliment our people in genetics for making certain that we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once, Ms. Hillstrand.
I have RC 22, I think, is my comments. And I open with the one thing that concerns me, and that is that the department, some of the biologists within the department feel as though they don't have free rein to talk to you. And so that concerns me, and I wonder if there's some way, I mean, I know they want to focus in so that they can keep things under control, because otherwise you can get out of control if too many people start speaking. But I think it's really important that the department feels, all of the staff in the department feels that they can talk to you and be open with what they feel is going on and not be gagged. And I know what that's like because I worked for the department and we were gagged on logging issues and how that was affecting the hydrology. And, you know, so we were just not allowed to speak. And so that would help with transparency if somehow we can relieve the biologists that care about the wild fish to be able to speak on behalf of that and make sure that everything is kept above board and that there's a good dialogue going on within the department all the time. Thanks.
Anyone else? In the back.
Susan Doherty, I'm with Alaska, Southeast Alaska Seiners Association out of Ketchikan. I think the answer is pretty obvious, is that if there was more money in the budget to do research, then we wouldn't even be having this discussion. I mean, we've had to look at innovative ways to get valuable research done in a new era. While the department's been cut, Fred Division goes away, the department's been cut for all their most of their research. The associations have been asked to pick up the tab for evaluating their own programs, and at the same time, while that happens, our information is considered tainted. So if we don't do it, who does do it? We get a black eye whether we do it or whether we don't do it. And I think it's obvious that there needs to be more pressure to put money in the budget, in the state budget, to adequately move forward with all of our fisheries. This isn't just about salmon. This is about baseline research that's needed to keep conducting our fisheries. If the economy of Alaska is going to continue to grow and move forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once in the front.
Oliver Home again. Susan reminded me that Carrie has, we do some research. We do lake linology in conjunction with the Department of Fish and Game in the major sockeye lakes, some of which we don't have any projects on, so we wouldn't be required to under our enhancement projects. And with collaborative help on micro-marking and looking at more feasible ways to mark fish, this is the first year that KRA is being able to release 100% otolith marked pink salmon from Katoya Hatchery. It's not required for management. That program has been in effect for 40 years, but it does allow, because of the marking, it would allow other research potential, and by doing it with pumped seawater instead of heat, it's made it economically feasible for us to mark large numbers of fish there.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we will move to the board discussion portion. We have 3 topics for board discussion. The first one is, should the annual hatchery committee meeting be 2 days in length to accommodate the potential length of presentations, or should it be shortened? Anyone have any opinions? Mr. Wood.
Or a third alternative, that the potential length of presentations be shortened to accommodate a shortened meeting. And going into that, and I'm serious, and not only to this format, but the regular meetings. I think Chair Mariski came up with an idea a couple of meetings ago that the staff record ahead of time their presentations and distribute that through the web and to us through the same mechanism. Then members could come to the meeting with the questions in mind, and we can go forward and get it done in a much quicker fashion and just as comprehensive. And I think it's an excellent idea. It's aggravating to me to have a presentation hit us the same morning that we're supposed to be listening to it, understanding it, and formulating questions. Or secondly, even worse, to give it to me 4 or 5 days in advance and read verbatim from what I've already read. And I think by going through the mechanism that I just described that Chairman Mariski suggested, each of us could do it on our own time frame and our own time, call it what you want, whatever makes you comfortable with the material. And with me, I go into the weeds. If I see something that I have a question on, I will ask the appropriate people. And I've never had problems with staff being quite candid with me. And I can't think of an example where they haven't given me every bit of information that I requested. The secret to it is knowing how to ask the question, so.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Yeah, I think I'd like to have us speak about that or discuss it at statewide, since this could involve other meetings, and maybe the commissioner will be here unless Mr. Tobby or Mr. Raybung have any comments now on that, pre-recording or posting those beforehand. Okay, we can talk about it statewide then. Any other board discussion on that? Mr. Payton.
Yeah, I think one day seems to be appropriate for this meeting. That's my opinion.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, so far it seems like one day's been adequate, and I think it's okay.
Okay, I concur. Okay. Next board discussion item, should the joint protocol on salmon enhancement be adopted into regulation, and what purpose would it serve? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think having it on the record like we do already, I mean, the board members can access that all the time and look back at it, and future boards can too. So I don't think it needs to be, at this time, made into regulation. It just would encourage the future boards and this board to reference it before we go into a meeting, and then you have it in the back of your head what we're talking about, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, and I guess it's the decades of practicing law, but I see nothing to be gained by putting it into regulation other than giving the courts more ground to get involved in reviewing the process, et cetera. And so I would be very much against doing that. I'd see no useful service to be served.
I'd like to reference the Joint Protocol on Salmon Enhancement document where it indicates the statement of intent. It is the intention of the Commissioner of the Department of Fish and Game and the Chairman of the Board of Fisheries that meetings be held on a regular basis. So I would propose that regular basis be annually, as we've been doing it. Is there any board objection to that? That regular basis is annually, as we're doing? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, no, I think it's going along well, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I'm for that.
Okay. All right, next item. Is the precautionary approach being implemented when reviewing hatcheries? Is it working? I think we've already covered some of that, but any further discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, I think we've been applying a lot of precautionary approach on this, and it's all built into the hatchery plans and stuff. And is it working? Well, hopefully at the end of this research project, we'll have a lot better handle on if we know if it's working. Personally, I think it's working well as far as we know, and I'm encouraging the completion of this research project that's ongoing at this time. So, yeah, I think we're applying the precautionary approach very well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Further board discussion on that? That brings us to scheduling the next Hatchery Committee meeting. The next statewide meeting in 2021, Mr. Haight, as I recall, it's in Anchorage here, March 5th through 10th, 2021. So would March 4th be an appropriate day? Mr. Haight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I did look that up and noted that March 4th is a Thursday, so we wouldn't be putting the meeting on top of the Iditarod if that happens to be that weekend, Mr. Chair.
But is it the 5th through the 10th?
It might be. We'd have to check, yeah.
All right, we've confirmed that it's not on the 4th. Okay. This is any board discussion on it. Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Without objection, March 4th for 2021 for the next Hatchery Committee meeting. I would like to thank the staff, my fellow board members, and everyone, public for participating in this, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you.